Painkiller already, episode 490 with our guest OnlyUseMeBlade. Kyle?
Couple of sponsors tonight, ExpressVPN and Go.com. We'll get to them later on the show, but yeah, we've got OnlyUseMeBlade on the show tonight. We didn't know if we were going to be able to get him in here. We had a little bit of a mic kerfuffle when we started off, but I think we've gotten it fixed. We started at like a 3 out of 10. I think we're at least to a 6 out of 10 on the microphone. I think it's going to be good. Welcome aboard, man.
D-, that's passing.
D- is passing. All right, that'll get you a degree.
I knew 10 years later we're still having mic talk. Like that's one of the main things we used to talk about a long time ago. When was I first on the show? Jesus.
I have no idea.
It had to be towards the start.
The early shows are kind of a blur for me for some reason.
Well, as us Call of Duty guys, we used to gauge it not what year it was, but what game was out. So I was probably talking to you during the Modern Warfare 2 or Black Ops 1.
Yeah, I would think Modern Warfare 2, but yeah, something like that. Be sure to be nice and loud with that mic, Blade.
Okay.
Yeah. So Blade, did you say you were 1 month sober?
Yes, technically I am 1 month sober.
Ooh, technically.
Yeah, what is technically sober? With just meth now?
No. I'm not quite 1 month sober. I'm like 3.5 weeks sober, if that makes sense. Okay. So I just rounded up to make it sound good.
I stopped shooting up. Now I just snort the heroin. Technically,
I did do a stream with this guy. I don't know if you guys know him. His name's OG Geezer in Vegas, because people were begging me to like get out of this house. Like, there's nothing to do there's no way to do actual IRL streaming right now. So, but I went, traveled, got some stuff out of my storage, and then after that, I started having some pain in my leg, and it got to the point that I basically went to the doctor, and I knew, basically I've been to the doctor. They've treated me with, diabetes and high blood pressure, and I knew about it, but I wasn't taking it seriously. This time I'm taking it seriously, so obviously just had to cut out the booze. I'm out of the hospital. I'm taking 1 million pills and taking insulin shots and stuff like that, and then obviously I want to have alcohol out of the system during that time. And also it's good to cleanse. Like, even when I was like actively drinking, like 5 times a week or whatever, just to take like 3 days off to give your body some fucking time to recover is good. So it's more so for my health as whatever. So once I get my health back to where it needs to be, then we can like look at my levels, do a drinking stream, and see where we're at there, and see if like we can still keep a healthy Blade and a intoxicated Blade.
I just imagine your liver is like Sylvester Stallone at the end of a Rocky movie. He's just like, he's barely standing, his face is just all puffed up, and he's like, I didn't hear no bell.
It's more like that handicapped South Park kid. He's like, kill me. So what I gotta know, what was because obviously like the images of your feet and legs have been floating around forever, and that's what kind of scared all of us. We're like, oh shit, this is real deal. This is scary.
That scared me too, dude. Because that's like, if I would have let that get worse, they would have cut my shit off. So like that was definitely a fucking wake up.
But it didn't do it. It was a wake up call, but that was like 4 months ago, right?
I know.
Well, sometimes you wake up and then you roll over and
it sounds like my day today, to be honest with you.
You just hit snooze on that bitch.
At the doctor, he basically showed me how to clean it and to disinfect it, and now there's still a scar, but there's no hole. Like, there's no opening, there's no pus, there's no. And as far as the leg
pus, sounds good to me.
Well, I'm just saying there's no like, you can't peel anything, you can't like get inside of it, unless you like, I guess if you took like a scalpel or something. So the scar's there, but the actual they actually did an MRI or CAT scan on it when I was there this last time, and they said that the bacteria that was in there before that was trying to eat away at the bone, that's all gone. So the toe's good.
Bacteria in there eating at the bone. See, this is okay. Forgive me, but this is news to me. Maybe this was something you've talked about publicly, and I just didn't know. There was bacteria eating at the bone.
Yeah.
That's
not proud of that. Not saying that that's a normal everyday occurrence and everyone deals with it.
Content.
They don't. Yeah.
What did they prescribe for that? Was it mostly grilled chicken and spinach?
No.
Back me up, Blade. If you switched to a spinach chicken diet, that would have fixed it, right? Maybe.
I mean, it would have helped. Everything that you intake into your body affects you. So, like, if I'm on some Popeye shit, yeah, I'd probably yoke up.
On some Popeyes shit.
Okay.
You hear chicken and you jump to Popeyes.
Well, he said spinach.
Yeah, get the spinach. Squeeze the can, pops out. You know, then you
So, like, obviously your foot was probably feeling weird and shitty. What was, like, when you were in the throes of drinking constantly, like, what was your body feeling like? Like, just turmoil every day, waking up feeling like, God, this is the worst, or how bad did it get?
Actually, no. My body got fucking used to it. Like, I'm not a professional sports player, but professional sports players, when they go out and play the next day, their whole body feels wrecked. Mine kind of felt the same way, but I almost treated it like, well, I have to work. You know what I mean? Like, I kind of put myself in a bad position where I can't just fire up my stream and like go walk a dog or go travel or whatever. Like, they want to see me get annihilated, and I realized that. So I felt like there's literally one time when I was in Missouri where a roommate bailed on me. The other one was broke, and so like I needed to pay all the rent like in 3 days, and I was like, okay, get a big ass bottle, let's do this. You know, like it's become not. It's still. I'm not. Don't get me wrong. I still enjoy drinking. It's still fun. It makes you feel good, but it became a job, and I'm sure we all went through that with like video games, where it's like we're not playing it really casually. We're playing to get some gameplay footage, and then a lot of people are like, "Hey, do you want to play?" I'm like, "I've already got my video, dude. I'm good. I don't want to play right now."
Yeah.
Because people like old friends hit me up, and they're like, "Hey, you want to go out drinking?" I'm like, "I don't drink for free. Like, I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna go
Professional
out
drinker. All right.
I'm not.
You think
I'm
I just give
not
this
gonna
away?
go out. Yeah, I'm not gonna fucking like. You only have so many hangovers in your lifetime. I'm not gonna waste it, or I'm not gonna pay for it. At least that, you know what I mean? Like, they want me to go out and pay for it and do the Ubers and all. I'm like,
Tell me if this fits you, Blade. So I heard who's the late night talk show host? He's retired now. Was an alcoholic.
Jay Leno.
Nope. He talked about Britney Spears.
David
Had a
Letterman.
really compelling monologue. Scottish.
Oh, Craig Kilborn.
Probably. Anyway, is that his name?
It's either Craig Kilborn or I'm almost.
He was kind of a womanizer.
He was definitely flirty on the show.
Good looking guy.
IRL
Always
womanizer?
flirty.
Yeah, he was super duper flirty. But I thought that was like him being charming and almost a bit. I don't know if he was a real life womanizer. Anyway,
Craig
Well,
Ferguson.
it's charming if the girl
Craig
thinks he's
Ferguson?
cute. If the girl doesn't think he's cute, then it's creepy. It's really the judge is whoever he's hitting on.
yeah, she may have felt compelled to act like he's cute because she's on his show and doing it.
Yeah.
Like, there's a power imbalance. Anyway, it was
you're
the
right.
second one. Who was his name?
Craig Ferguson.
Craig
Craig
Ferguson.
Kilborn was also a host of a show, but different. Anyway,
Wasn't he the first host of the Daily Show?
I don't know. I just closed the link.
I don't know, but he talked about his
whatever.
drinking one time, and he said that like some people have a drink and they say, "All right, that's enough," or one or two, but when he has a drink, it's a different thing. Like he doesn't stop. He just keeps going until he runs out of things to drink. That's his like. It's almost a foreign idea for him that you would have 2 or 3 and just call it quits. Like, why would you do that? More is more. And more. Is that how you think you're wired, or are you something different?
Yeah, well, absolutely. I will tell you this right now. We've done a bunch of studies, and I figured out that if I had a good meal, had a good rest, basically like a good start to the, if I drink 3/4 of a fifth of Jägermeister, I will be super extra drunk, but I won't go over that edge. And we did that, and I got there, and I'm just like, I came here to die a little bit. Like, I know it sounds bad, but like to get there, to get really really drunk and just be really drunk, that's not fun. I want to kind of want to keep going until like I'm belligerent and then I'm done. So like this idea to get there but not quite fulfill the ride is kind of stupid to me. I get kind of angry actually.
So it's like
so you want your body to tell you when it's time to stop drinking.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
And it did.
Yeah,
you missed that little text message a few years ago, my friend.
Yeah, my notifications were broke. I don't know.
So
you were saying before the show that one of the reasons you really got heavily into drinking was because you couldn't smoke anymore.
Yes, that's true.
Are you allowed to smoke now, or
is
is that
this
still ongoing?
Oh yeah, I can smoke all day. I live.
Why
I
don't
live
you
in
switch to
California.
being like super doped up?
Because super doped up is not interesting to watch. Because I'll be super
Dude.
high, giggle, maybe tell a story, and then I'll look up and it's been 5 minutes.
No, you need to get yourself. Have you smoked dabs before?
Dabs is too much, dude.
Oh,
Dabs
come
is too
on! Oh, is a dab too much for only use me blade?
Cut that out,
Three
dude. I like smoking weed. I love
You
smoking
drink
weed.
a fifth of Jager, all right, and you're like, that's where I want to be. But you're like, whoo, an eighth of a gram dab? No, thank you. I'm health conscious.
It's not healthy. It has nothing to do with health. It has to do with just like that. Seems like that's way too much weed at once.
It's not. It's not even enough weed at once. Like dabs are
what's your tolerance at? Like I don't know.
Right now it's at 0 because I'm on Codaphone and I'm on federal probation for it. But when I was smoking, I could do 2 grams a day if I was really going hard. Like 2 grams of like 95% THC. I break it. It's so much. I mean, there's guys. Don't get me wrong. There's guys on YouTube who do like a 1 gram challenge where they do an entire gram in 1 hit. It usually takes them 2 hits, but they call it 1 hit.
That seems like a waste of weed to me, dude. That seems like
that's a waste of weed. Thank you. Yeah, I agree completely. But what I would do is I'd take my gram and I'd break it into like, it's like Laffy Taffy. So you could just break them off and roll them up like a booger and put it on your dab or on your nail and or on your dabber and put it in your nail, and it would probably break a gram into like 6 to 8 hits, something like that, and space, do 6 or 8 hits, and then I feel like 6 or 8 more before the night's over.
See, maybe if you were on probation and you're near me, then you can show me how to do that, because every fucking stoner I run into that wants me to do dabs, dude, it's like hitting 20 blunts at once, hit this. And I'm like, no, I don't want to hit 20 blunts at once,
Nah, it's not like 20 blunts at once. It's like 30. 1 blunt all at once. I'd say that it's like a good fat blunt all at once. Like if you've especially if you have no tolerance, or if you have like joint tolerance where you like puff pass a little bit occasionally, like
I just face blunts. That's what I do.
Yeah, like an eighth of a gram. If you do that all in 1 hit, and you take it and you hold it like for maximum effect, you're gonna be blitzed.
Yeah,
but I mean, you can do smaller and smaller dabs, right? You don't have to do an eighth of a gram. You can do a 60.
Represent the 10% of us that don't understand. What is facing a blunt? That smoke.
So like,
blunts?
let's normally when you roll a blunt, you're in like a party situation. You hit it a couple times, and you pass it to somebody, and they pass it around like that. That's just like a normal smoking weed blunt. But like with me, I'll roll up a blunt and just sit there and just smoke it to my face and not pass it around. So that's what facing a blunt is.
Facing a blunt is not sharing it.
Yeah. It's just all for you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's and
is it like bogarting but not rude?
I want
to exactly. It's like, this is my blunt.
There must be 20% of our audience that needs me to represent them.
Funny story about that, Merca. I was at a fucking house party with some friends, and they had some very questionable ladies there, where I knew that they just were in the other room doing shit. And so I had weed, and so when you open up a bag of weed and it's in a swisher, everyone becomes your friend and sits around you. And so I roll up a blunt and I start smoking it, and I'm like telling story, and these guys are all freaking the fuck out because I'm not passing it. And then finally I get about halfway, I'm like, you guys can have all that. And they're like, why would you do that? I was like, I don't know where your mouth's been. I just met you there, Becky. Like, like it's still
covered
free.
In chores, Beck.
I'm still giving you.
Becky, I got a
weed.
swisher here, and I know your mouth's gonna go if you want some.
Yeah,
just me. No?
Tips all wet. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like sharing, especially if people don't know how to share it properly. If they'll drool all over it and get it like super wet.
They'll hit it weird. They'll drool on it.
Oh, do you do like a kind of like gum it?
Yeah, well, not gum it. That would.
It's
so you turn your lip sort of inwards. You don't let the wet part of your lip get on the fucking joint or blunt.
You don't wet
an asshole. I didn't know that. I'd be like cigar in it then.
Oh god!
Your cigar in it. All the smoke is just drifting away.
Wrong pipe. Going down the wrong pipe there. Bill
You're gonna
Burr.
get the
Like,
wrong kind of
goddamn.
attention doing that at a party. Now all of a sudden, the crowd's forming around Woody,
Angry
but they're not
mob.
sitting down.
Yeah, not a smoking crowd. Yeah.
You
And
said
not a
you-
smoking crowd.
You said you were on Codaphone? I don't know what
Yeah.
that is.
That's where I call in and see if they call my number to go get tested.
Oh,
That ended
process.
today. Today, I talked to my probation officer. She called me and said, "Go get tested one more time." And today, actually, the guy who tests me, like the P guy, was off today, so I go next Tuesday or something like that. That'll be the last time I get tested, like on a regimen or via calling into that number. From now on, she'll just occasionally call me and be like, "Hey, go get tested today," but it'll be like super random and super like far in
Can I
times in
tell-
between.
Can I tell an awesome probation P-test story?
Do it.
Okay, so I had this probation where I had to go on the 1st and the 5th, right? And usually I would go there and you go to the computer and it would be like big letters like piss test. I'm like, okay, I take a piss test. And I started noticing that it would always happen on the 15th. So it would never happen on the 1st. It's always on the 15th. So I got a little dangerous and was like, I miss weed like crazy. I would go take a piss and then I would have a crazy weekend of so much weed, super high, and then I'd shut it off. And it would be out of my system by the time the next one came up. It probably would have been out of my system by the time if it came 15 days. So I kind of used that system to smoke weed every once in a while. And every time I went to a probation, there was this kid there. When I say kid, he was a couple years younger than me, right? Like 22, 23. And he's in there and he's sweating bullets and shaking. I'm like, dude, what is wrong? He's like, let's go. So we go outside and he's like, I do the thing where I smoke like a weekend and then don't because I know I don't have to take a piss test. And I smoked all this weekend and the machine's saying that I got to pee today. And I was like, that sucks, dude. He's like, how do we figure it out? And I'm like, well, you're going to need some clean piss. And so he's like, oh shit. Okay. And he looks over and because we're outside, he looks over, there's this dude at a bus stop wearing a fucking like Motley Crue and he's
Not
like,
that guy.
well, he pre-screened him. He goes,
Give him a
Hey,
popular
man.
pat down.
hey man, I'm in a real bump. Do you smoke weed? He's like, I haven't smoked weed since '76 at a Rush concert. Like, I don't smoke weed at all. Haven't in years. And he's like, perfect. Listen, I need to take a drug test. You think you can help? He's like, I got you, brother. And so he pulls out of his fucking little sack a Jack Daniels fucking airplane shooter glass thing, right? Like the shit you take on an airplane. He goes around the corner, somehow pees in this thing without getting it wet, and comes back. Because how do you fit like your dick hole in a little shooter glass?
You just put your whole
That's like-
penis in. Yours doesn't fit.
Yeah, that's what I do
This
with a
wasn't-
Pepsi can.
This wasn't this guy's first time pissing into a small Jack Daniels bottle.
Well, he had empty Jack Daniels bottles, so apparently that's his business. I don't know, but he brings it back, and then he goes $20. He's like, what? And I'm like, dude, $20 free. Pay the $20. He's like, fine.
Yeah.
So he like gives him, takes this, and I'm like, all right, dude, put that like by your nuts, and you know that the dude's gonna be in the fucking room with you, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, have you ever failed the piss test? He's like, no. He's like, okay, you might be okay. Just be fucking very careful. So we go in there. He goes in there. He comes out all smiling, happy. Hey, bye. I don't see this dude for like 4 months, right?
Mm.
When I do see him, this dude walks in and he looks like Tom Hanks from Castaway, dude. Hasn't cut his hair, hasn't cut his beard, just looks like he hasn't slept in 2 days, just looks like shit. And I'm like, dude, what the fuck happened? All I know is if I ever fucking see that old man, I'm kicking his ass. I'm like, why? He goes, there's no marijuana in his system, dude, but he had methamphetamine, heroin, and like named every drug in the book was in this dude's piss besides weed, right? So they fucking arrested this dude and made him go to drug and alcohol classes. So his no, I'm just a pothead that faked the piss test. Or he said, so he had to sit in like these like 6-hour meetings with drug addicts when he wasn't a drug addict. He just had to fucking be like, yeah, I love heroin. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like he just had to go along with it. So he had to do the rest of his jail time, and now he has to do like drug and alcohol classes just because of the shit. Dude. It's fucked up.
All because he trusted a guy at a bus station with a Motley Crue shirt on.
Right.
I was with Kyle right out of the gate. Not that
guy.
Not that guy. You want to find
I wouldn't pick that guy either, but this dude was desperate. This dude was like, and
why didn't you piss for him? That seemed the logical conclusion.
My shit was dirty. What do you mean? My shit was dirty.
You were going to fail first, too? So you didn't expect a pee test. That's why it was dirty.
My pee test didn't come up. Yeah. You want to hear another fucked up thing? So my probation was for 18 to 36 months. Right? So around 16 months, I go. First off, it was really weird.
Real quick, probation. How long ago was this?
This is early 2000s.
Okay.
Long time ago. And my probation officer was this big butt, looked like Duke Nukem dude, right? Like I wouldn't want to fuck with him. But his name was Kim. And I'm like, how are you going to be a big fucking Duke Nukem looking dude? Your name's Kim, but I'm not going to question. I'm like, Kim, listen, haven't missed a payment, haven't fucking violated, come to everything. Can I get off at 18 months? He's like, yeah, it's not a problem. Like you're a model fucking, whatever it's called. Yeah, when it comes up, I'll put in the paperwork. You'll be off probation in 18 months, right? 17 and a half months comes up, and I'm at the thing. I'm like, hey, dude, so next time I visit, you're gonna have that paperwork in. I'm gonna be free, right? He's like, little bit of a problem. I'm like, what? They go, well, we let this guy off probation early, and then he went on a drug binge and killed a cop. So now they're saying that if we would have never let him off probation early, he would have been fine because he was fine on probation. So now everyone does their full max. So I had to do 30. I had to do another 18 months of fucking coming in and checking in.
I've got 24 months,
sucks.
And in like I don't know what it is, 6 months or something like that. I'll be halfway, and at 50%, I can ask the court to like consider my situation. And with my fines, I just paid them all like one lump sum, like the moment I could. They were they were all like, so you just want to send your payments in every month? And I'm like, no, I just wrote a check. And they're like, all of it? I'm like, yeah. Like, how? I just wrote the check. Like, what are you talking about? It wasn't $1 million.
I don't like seeing the notification saying that I fucking paid for another month of Netflix. So if there was a fee I could pay for like lifetime Netflix, I'd do it. So I would.
Yeah, they should do that.
They should.
Like the NRA, right? $2,000, just pay it all up front.
Or they could fuck it up, like what were the airlines who were like, "Hey, $5,000 all-time tickets" in like the mid '80s, and then people took advantage of that. $500,000 or something, and they're still making money on it.
But yeah, I paid all my fines like up front. I've never missed a piss test. Of course, I've never tested positive for anything. Like I went to all my fucking counseling, all my goddamn meetings. I've been straight with my officers. I've driven around, and like they've all met me. I've had 3 now, and I'm hoping that like when I ask after 50% of my probation is through, they'll
if you got all your ducks in a row, they'll look at you as that guy that just got in trouble. It's not a fucking criminal. That's the way they look at it. So they'll let you
that's exactly what I am. Like I wasn't selling dope. I was smoking dope.
Exactly.
I just like Taco Bell a whole lot, man. You don't understand. That's all this is about.
Blade, have you ever served time?
Yeah.
What for?
I was at a little get together, and the people that I went with didn't tell me, but they decided to fucking rob the house because they were drug dealers and they had like a pound of weed and a bunch of cash. And so when the fight broke out, motherfuckers pulled guns out, and I was like, I guess we gotta fucking go. So we fucking got in my car, left, and a couple days later, the fucking SWAT team came to my house and arrested me, arrested everyone I was with. So
what did they get you for? Was it DWI or something else?
No, it's called accomplice liability. So in the state of Washington, like let's say you and I are robbing a bank, right?
Okay.
and then you decide to shoot a bank teller,
right.
not only will you get murdered, but because I'm your accomplice, I get murdered, even if I had no knowledge of you. So like me being with them and just taking them home, and like they treated me like I was like the getaway driver,
Right.
and so I got the same charges as everyone else. So my charges that I finally plead to were robbery in the first, burglary in the first, but mounted into one charge, so it's only one strike, and they gave me 41 months.
Wait,
How much
gave
did you
what
serve?
again?
41 months.
41 months.
Oh, wow. That's more than I
And then-
expected.
How much did you have to serve?
27.
Damn.
27 months.
What kind of facility were you at?
At first, it was jail for the first 9 months, find the kid,
Oh,
and then after that, I got sent to where they do the selection process of where you're supposed to go. It was really fucked up because what they go by points to see what custody level you're at, and I lost points because of my age, lost points because of the violent crime, and because I had 2 violent crimes, they treated the burglary as a previous violent. Those 3 things put me in maximum security. Is maximum
security the worst? It sounds the worst, but on TV they make it sound like you're more isolated from the other people and it's even safer.
Maximum security basically means the least amount of movement. That's the best way to describe it. Where minimum, it's literally like a farm where people just walk around and everything's
like
at
a
night.
farm, you know?
It really
that's
is.
exactly what it is, and that's where I went.
It's
It's like a big farm.
And honestly, they'll have a fence that a dog could jump over, and you think
All right,
like,
we
oh
have
wow.
that.
But the thing is, though, is like everyone that's in there is under 5 years and like a minimum threat, you know. And so, like, if someone were to escape, they're an idiot because they're getting another 5. So, like,
You had state charges, right?
Yeah, state charges.
Yeah, I ended up. My charges were federal, so I had to go to this federal low security in Alabama, which was kind of what you're describing. It was pretty. It wasn't that bad.
That was the minimum.
Did you ever go to? Oh, go ahead. Please continue.
Okay, so I get sent to Monroe, and it was super duper nice. So they actually filmed the butterfly effect there.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know if you guys remember that movie, but when they were filming the prison scenes, they actually filmed it in the prison with us inmates. Anyways, I got into some trouble when I was in Monroe because I learned how to play pinochle, and I love pinochle. And I was running store, which basically means if you are out of like ramen or hygiene or whatever, you can come to me, and I might give you like 2 ramens, and then you give me 3 back on store. So I was just stacking hella food and hygiene and stuff that I never bought. So when they searched the cell, they're like, "Your book says that you've never bought anything, yet you have like $100 worth of fucking food here, dude. Like, what's the?" And then they found a notebook that had all the bets of all the fucking people, because I used to keep tabs of who owes who on the peanut. And so they thought I was running like a fucking gambling racketeering thing.
You were.
And
They only thought that because of the gaming racketeering.
So they knew what I was doing at that point.
Shut up. But yeah, you got it. Okay. So then they sent me over to Walla Walla. And now Walla Walla is like super hardcore. 4-man cells. Majority of people are in there for murder, lifers. Like and it's very, very racist. You can't be in a cell with I could be in a cell with a black dude. And the way they do it is they go, okay, we have Northaniels, we got Italians, we got fucking Muslims, black dudes, and they alternate them through the cells so that no 2 like groups could be like next to each other, because they're afraid we're gonna like convene and mob up or something.
Concentration of power.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. So I talked to the lady, the consultation lady or whatever. She's like, all right, look at your file. If you behave yourself for 6 months, I'll send you wherever you want to go. Do you want to go to McNeil Island?
Home.
And I'm like, Yeah.
How about Vegas?
Of course, yeah. And so they go, you can go to any medium security place that you want to go. And I'm like, all right, I want to go back to Monroe because Monroe had the maximum, medium, and minimum. And the lady looked at me crazy, and I'm why? She's like, are you sure you want to go to Monroe? And I'm like, yeah, it looks fucking amazing. There's like grass, there's recording studios in the fucking gyms. Like it's like the nicest place. It's considered the nicest prison in the state of Washington. And she's like, all right, I get it. I'm like, why is she acting all weird? So then I go back to the cell, and all my fucking cellmates who are like fucking like one of them was this 6'5", 380 bodybuilder dude. And with a fucking tattoo that said 13.5 on his neck, which means he had like 12 jurors, 1 judge, and half a and like
wait, I didn't hear those words. 12 jurors, 1 judge, and half a
chance.
Oh, okay.
And so I get back to the cell, and I'm like all happy. And so I'm like, going to Twin River. And then they said, what? And I'm like,
fuck
what?
no, man, that place scary.
What is the fucking problem with Twin Rivers, dude? And they're like, let me see your paperwork again. So I like fucking pull up my paperwork. They read it. They're like, why the fuck would you want to go to Twin Rivers? I'm like, it's near my family. They can visit, and it's like the nicest. And they're like, do you know what Twin Rivers is? I'm like, no. They go, it's the sex offender treatment program. And I'm like, what? And they go, yeah, it's 80% sex offender, and they have to have 20% regular inmates to keep state. And I'm like, are you fucking serious? Because normally sex offenders don't walk around. Like, we find out you're a sex offender, dude, you got to be gone by. You know what I mean? Like, they don't play around.
Can you
with
say
sex
those words
offenders.
again? You got to be what?
Gone.
You got to be gone. Like, you need to be not here anymore. Like,
Okay.
PC up and get the fuck out of here. We don't want to share meals with people that are like kid fuckers. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
They don't like sex offenders in jails. So I'm just like, okay, well, let's see what happens. Dude, I get there. It's an amazing facility, but like, it's literally like that movie They Live. He has the glasses and he sees everyone is like, you know, because like everyone there was a fucking weirdo, and there was like you had to like find like a couple cool dudes that weren't sex offenders just to fucking group up and be like, oh, I got your back. Okay, cool, dude. These guys are weird.
So how long were you in the sex offender paradise?
I was there for 7 months.
Oh no!
That's so long to spend there.
Oh, listen to
that
this,
sucks.
dude. So Monroe's on a hill, right? And for whatever reason, they decided to put the maximum, medium, and minimum on the hill, and then they decided to put the high school, middle school, elementary school on the same fucking. And so from the bleachers, from the bleachers, these sex offenders would be at yard watching kids play at recess. And I'm just like, someone needs to know about this. Like, what the fuck? And so I asked my buddy, I'm like, do you know about this? He's like, yeah, of course everyone knows about it. I'm like, why doesn't anybody like call the news? They're like, we've tried. They don't report. Like, no one says shit.
Wait.
And I'm like, you're telling me what's
No, the sex offender paradise. Look, if you can just overlook the whole sex offender thing, seems like the best prison or jail I've heard about so far. Right? It's amazing. Right? All the people are like, they might be violent in a way, but not towards me. Right? It seems like that. Like, I would be safe there. I would be not bothered there.
You'd fit right in. I know what you're saying,
right?
buddy.
Right? Like,
one second.
I'm a bit of a pedophile myself.
Yeah, thank you.
He's like that Steve Buscemi meme with the skateboard. Right. Hello, fellow rapist.
I just feel like if you can overlook what dreadful people they are, then it's a safe, pleasant place with apparently good views.
As far as like prison violence goes, it only happens if motherfuckers want it to happen. Okay, like it's not like people are like, oh, you bumped my shoulder, let's throw down. You know what I mean? So like all this shit in movies where they think shit's just popping off left and right, it's not. it's like I literally went to the worst place, and that's where everyone. I actually like that better. Okay, let's say your buddy that lives downtown owes you $20, right? All he has to do is just avoid running into. In there, we can't avoid each other, so everyone has to keep their fucking word. So everyone's fucking honest. It's amazing. Like most stand-up people ever, dude. I actually like those people better than like people out here who think they can get away with anything.
I met some really decent, good people when I was in prison. Like legitimately. Like now there were some scary motherfuckers, but like even Snow, like despite the fact that Snow had murdered people and trafficked huge amounts of methamphetamine and was in a Mexican drug gang, like he was a stand-up guy. Like his word meant something. Like you would not catch Snow telling you a lie. He'll murder, but he won't fucking lie and he won't fucking steal.
He won't do anything. He won't do anything civilian. You know what I mean? Like if he does do something to someone that's like in the game, you know?
Yeah, that's how a lot of them saw that. And so that was interesting. The worst part about your experience to me is the 9 months in jail though. That had to be shit, right?
Okay. At first, I felt like when I got out, right? I honestly used to tell people, I was like, the 9 months in jail stressing about my fucking case was worse than the rest of the time where I'm pretty much on vacation.
Yeah.
Okay. When you do time, it doesn't really, because you don't have a job. They feed you. You're never going to go cold. It's a vacation in a way. You just can't leave the premise. The people that are affected are your family that miss you for whatever reason, you know? What the fuck was I just about to say?
How bad jail was in comparison.
Oh, jail was horrible, dude. Jail sucked. Like, I feel like jail is meant for like a week, not for 9 months.
Yeah, exactly. You could get bond.
Oh my, dude. All right, this is the list that my original filing charges. Robbery in the first with a firearm, burglary in the first with a firearm, kidnapping in the first with a firearm, assault in the first with a firearm, and then like firearm possession.
Where'd the kidnapping come from?
Because he wouldn't let them leave the premises.
Yeah, one of the people basically said, "Don't move." You know what I mean?
Oh, okay.
Or like
that's how they got OJ.
Yeah,
that's okay.
Now about meeting interesting people in there, I met the most interesting person ever. His name was Steve Drexler. Okay. Now, when I'm at the Sex Offender Paradise place, you had your own cell, which was amazing. But you also had a bunk bed. I usually just kept stuff up there, like, you know, just stuff up there. But every once in a while, they'll transport somebody that will stay there overnight and then get released in the morning, you know? Like they might be over all the way in Eastern Washington, but need to be released in Western Washington. So they'll bring them over, have them stay one night above my bunk and leave. So I'm sitting there and I'm talking to him. And at first he didn't really want to talk. And I'm offering him cigarettes. I'm offering him fucking food. And he was all standing up. And then I realized, I was like, hey, dude, I'm not a sex offender, bro. I'm in here for fucking home invasion robbery. And then I showed him my paperwork. He's like, oh, okay, cool. I just thought everyone here was a fucking rapist. I'm like, no, we're not. And so
common misconception.
When you're in a cell with a dude with nothing else, you're gonna have fucking conversation, shooting back and forth. So finally, I ended up telling him what I was in there for, the whole story. And so finally, I asked him. I was like, "So, man, what's your story, dude? Like, what brought you here? What brought you to?" And at first, he wouldn't do it. And I kept on egging him on. And he finally told me, and it's probably my favorite story of all time. All right. So this dude ran the Boeing iMAXX, okay, in downtown Seattle. Now, this is an actual stadium iMAXX theater. This isn't some AMC shit, okay? This is like a stadium, massive, huge iMAXX, right? Well, this dude also had a bit of a meth problem. And so he would work during the day, smoke all night, and then come to work and work during the day and do this a week and a half and then finally crash. Well, this dude figured out he stole a laptop and was able to plug it into the projector and watch whatever he wanted to watch on the iMAXX thing. So this dude decided to start watching porn.
I knew it. I knew it.
Started watching porn in the iMAXX, dude. Now, I don't know how amazing that must be because I'm a big fan of porn. And porn on a phone versus porn on a 65 is mine. So if I can watch some porn on a fucking iMAXX screen, I'm down, right? So this dude literally draped like the longest cable ever from the projector room all the way down to like the middle rows of the so he could plug his laptop in and fucking pull up porn on the iMAXX, dude. Sounds amazing, right? So this dude would smoke meth, watch porn, and jerk off, and then like smoke meth and get some more Linden's pencil and keep going, right?
Well, and he's smoking meth, and so he's beating off for hours at a time.
For hours, right? So then this dude decided that he would go get like double the and find like a prostitute. Be like, listen, I'm not going to pay you, but I got free meth. And they're like, okay. So they would bring these prostitutes.
This guy rocks.
He would bring prostitutes into the iMAXX after hours, would fire up a porn without telling the girl. She'd be like, whoa, huge. And they would smoke meth and fuck and watch porn. And he had this fucking ritual where he was just doing this. And during the day, he was fucking Clark Kent, like very presentable. Here's your ticket, ma'am. Like everything. But at night, he was the monster. Okay. Well,
cool guy of the week so far.
He'd been going too hard for too long. Brought this prostitute over. They smoked. They fucked. And this dude passed the fuck out and was not waking up. So the girl's like, hey, wake up. And he's done for. Like his bender is over, right? And so she tries to leave and the fucking alarm system goes off. So now the police come into the fucking theater and there's like a fucking gangbang fucking theater at full fucking THX sound quality, and this prostitute with this guy with a meth pipe or whatever and a cord going from the laptop all the way up to the projection room. Literally red-handed, pants around his fucking knees, laying, reclining in a chair. And I'm like, I would have loved to be the cop to fucking come to that scene. That would have been amazing. So he got fucking arrested. He had some priors, so he got some weird charge that they gave him a year and a day. The only reason why they give you a year and a day is so that you don't spend the rest of your time in jail, that they have to send you to prison. So he only had to spend, he had his case, and then he only had to spend like maybe 4, did his time, and he was getting out the next day. And I was, yeah, your story beats mine, dude. That is, you're my hero. Like, that is awesome.
That's fucking outrageous.
It's an awesome story. I mean, I feel like,
dude, you know how long I've been
in there to bust him, I'd have been like, you know what, this guy's had a tough enough night.
Here's the thing, dude. Back in the day when I used to come on your guys' show, and I used to do commentaries, I never told anybody about me being in, like, because I thought it would be like a bad look. You know what I mean? Like, I never wanted to bring it up. You know?
Wouldn't want
but
that.
Now that it's been like 10 years of me in the game, and, you know, if you Google OnlyUseMeBlade, it doesn't look good. I just said, fuck it, I'll share. You know what I mean? It's
along those lines. I've got a question. So, maybe 10 years ago, you made a video and you told a story in it. The story goes a little like this. Hey, I was in a bar. I met this guy. This guy would go and he'd come back and he'd have all this money. I was like, dude, how do you do this? What's your secret? How are you doing so well? You seem to have a lot of free time and you also seem to have a lot of money. And the guy said, well, I work on an oil rig. I go to this oil rig and I put in work and then I come back and I'm on a month's vacation. So I'm going to give that a go. I'm going to try being an oil man. And you were gone for some while, unable to produce some content. And then you came back and you hit the ground running again. So tell me, Blade, How was the
Two
oil
things.
rig?
Two things. The guy was serious, and I was ready to do it. Turns out the dude was a druggie that was just full of. So the night that I was all packed up and leave with them, he basically got super drunk, and then he's like, "Let's do it tomorrow." And I realized shit. So then I came back and be like, "Okay, back to normal." But when you started telling that story about how this guy went to the bar and like came back with, he'd always come back with. It reminded me of the story about this one dude who had a charge back in like 1980, but he would always violate and have to do like a month. And I asked him about it. I'm like, why are you always doing a month for some shit that happened like damn near in the 80s? And he's like, oh, I just keister heroin, come into the system, I hand off, they give me like 20 G's, and then I live off that for the rest. So I just take like a 1 month vacation in jail. And I'm like, I guess, you know what I mean? Like,
That's
like
strange.
I guess that's a weird way to go about it.
In the federal system, they have this giant like MRI they make you stand in. It's like a standing full body scan.
Yeah.
I looked at my scan. I can see my cock and balls. I can see like my belly button. I can see it's me, but it's me naked in black and white essentially. I can see my brain.
Can you see anything like how impacted your colon was at the time?
Yeah, I could see, I could, I wasn't impacted or anything, but I could see like I could make out my digestive system. Like, yeah, there's some shit in there. Like,
Okay.
It was incredibly detailed.
When you're able to look at the screen when they're doing like those really fancy eyes, and they did it on my leg, so obviously I could see like my dick and balls and everything. And the nurse that brought me from my room to the MRI thing was hot as fuck, like super hot. So I got a little bit of the chub on the way there. So I'm sitting there and the doctor's talking to me, and I'm like, let me try something. And I do like a little, you know what like a dick thrust is, where you kind of go,
sure,
throw some blood at it. Throw some. And I kept on doing it on the screen to see if my dick would like show up on the screen, and it did. And so I'm thinking like a school kid watching this, and the doctor's like, "Are you listening to me?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, sure." I'm like, "Sure, doc. One more, yeah, that's it. Yeah, definitely."
Fucking hilarious.
Like, I'm telling this guy he's losing the leg, and he's laughing his ass off. Never seen anything like it.
Well,
you're the poster child for someone where they're like, Mrs. Stevenson, you've only broke your arm. It'll be fine in 7 weeks. We'd like you to speak to a patient in room 13B. He may lose his foot. And look at him, playing with his cock, laughing like a child. Be more like this gentleman who insists we call him Blade. And
hey, I'm sorry, dude, but like, I like laughing, dude. Like, honestly, laughing is like a joy orgasm. I love laughing, and there's certain times I shouldn't laugh, but it's involuntary, and I do like this little like that kind of move. Yeah. One of the best examples of that is, do you guys remember Billionaire Challenge?
Yes. So
Billionaire's Challenge happened. Success. That's actually the first time I met Woody, and Wings, and I met White Boy, X-Jaws, and Keen. That was the first time I physically met. So it was a cool event. We go back, and they're like, "We're gonna do number 2, but this way we're gonna do a draft. We're all you guys are gonna pick players, and they're gonna be teams." So I'm like, that sounds cool. So we do like this little announcement stream on Alki David's thing, right? So the whole community's watching. Out of nowhere, Alki, oh, by the way, on April 7th, we're going to have this Ukrainian man commit euthanasia live on stream. And everyone's like, what? And then I go, and there's this long pause, and then what breaks the pause is me going, like, what? Like,
I remember that. I remember where I was when that happened. That was so, they were like, so apparently going to stream a suicide later in the month, and I was like, oh,
dude. But
cool.
the way he brought it up, he brought it up like a UFC announcement. So he'd be like, oh, on the 7th, this is going to happen, and he didn't. He gave us no warning, nothing.
Dude, we had no idea that was. I was on that too. I was one of the guys doing drafts. I had a team.
Yeah,
and
I think Jericho was there too.
Sure. No one knew that was coming. We had no idea.
No one.
And
no
in
one.
the same stream that he announced the live stream of this guy committing suicide, basically.
Yeah.
Like he also had dildos out there, some sort of fetished feathered angel wings he might have worn.
And all of us are fucking content creators that are making videos for people that play Call of Duty. So they're probably like 12. And we're
12
like,
up. Yeah.
why put that on my shit?
That's crazy.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. We're all trying to be at least like some level of kid friendly. Look, I pushed the envelope. I'm not denying it, but I didn't kill anyone on stream.
But back then, you kind of wanted to be on your P's and Q's because a sponsor, if they saw this, they'd be like, "You're done. No, give the headset back." Like
the fact that the entire
Turtle Beach doesn't want someone to kill themselves on a stream.
the fact that the entire community rebelled and hated everything about it instantly was crazy.
instantly.
Yeah.
I
didn't go, but I remember at the time chatting with you guys on Skype, and everyone was like, "Dude, this Alki guy's a fucking maniac.
Yeah.
He's just coming up.
What
he said weird shit."
What made it even better, right? It was a call. It was me, Keem, and Alki. And Keem's like, "Dude, you gotta fix this. Like, you need to make a video saying it was a joke or whatever. You need to make a clear video basically apologizing in order to." And Alki wasn't trying to do it, but me and Alki were like, "No, for real, community, you need to make that video, dude." So he's like, "Fine, I'll make the video." An hour later, I get a notification. Alki uploads the video. I'm like, "Perfect." Start watching it. He's like petting his cat, very calm, and he has like this for some reason he has some toilet paper, and he's like, "I just want to say to Woody's Gamer, Wings Redemption, White Boy 7, like all these people, fuck you, I do what I want to do, and this is what we're gonna do. Fuck you, peasants." I'm like, "That's not the way we're trying to go with this." Like, what the fuck, dude? That's not
Made it worse.
You're a bull in a china shop, bro. Like, Jesus. And then he goes and sits on his golden toilet and wipes his ass with the toilet paper. I'm like, "No, you were doing so good, dude. Like, no." Can I tell the Merca Durka story, dude? Merca. Can I tell the Merca Durka story in Boston?
Type it.
It's not bad. Okay, so Merca Durka never met me. We were all going to be going to Boston for PAX. Well, a couple nights before that, Woody gets me in a zombies game, and it's where zombies is black and white at first, and then like you go outside and I don't forget which
or something.
It was the power on or whatever, and it's like one of the first zombies maps for like Black Ops 1, right? And Merca Durka starts asking me about weed, and I was like, "What do you want to know?" It's like, "Well, I've wanted to try weed, but I've never done it, and I think it'd be really cool if I like smoked weed with you for the first time." And I was like, "Okay, dude, sure." Like, didn't think anything of it, right? So they had this fucking. You guys had this big ass, and I remember Bashel was there.
Yeah,
they had a
giant
hotel.
You and I, it's the one you and I visited, Woody,
right?
And we were like, "Doesn't smell too good. We're gonna go."
We're gonna peace out. Yeah.
And so it was a bunch of people, and it was definitely Merca was there, and I was there, of course. Onslaught, Bashel, and Jericho, right?
Chiz maybe too, huh?
Chiz, I think Chiz was the dude that it was his room. I think
it was his room.
So,
yeah.
Was it? Mr.
Yeah. So that like might have been Tryhards.
Okay.
Might have been. I don't know.
He was.
But basically,
Chiz's room.
There was like a good 8, 9, 10 people in there, right? And so I forget where we smoked, but it was like by a window, try to smoke, like go out. I'd rolled a blunt, and I got Merca Durka high for the first time ever, right? So he's just like kind of standing, and he's talking really fast, and then he stops talking for 5 minutes, and he just looked uncomfortable. He just looked uncomfortable, and I'm like, "Dude, that's just the weed. You're new to it. Relax. Maybe go sit down or go somewhere." So this dude starts walking hella slowly, and for some reason he was hugging the wall. Like he didn't want to like go into the center, or he was just hugging the wall.
All right.
And I saw it happening, and I felt bad, but I was also stoned. I'm like, I kind of want to see how this plays out. And fucking Bashel and Jericho are fucking like play wrestling, like in the path of where Mercadurk is going, right? And so Mercadurk gets there, and they stop, and they immediately start like tickling him and fucking with him, and he freaked the fuck. So he kept hugging. He escaped, hugged the wall, and grabbed the first door he could, which was a closet. So he fucking opened the closet, ran in, and like slammed it. And you could hear the knob with. I think this dude was trying to lock the closet from the inside, but he was not trying to see the outside world for shit. And I just thought that shit was the funniest shit ever, dude.
I remember going in there because on my mind was like, if these guys keep tickling me, I'm gonna die.
Yeah, exactly.
And like there was a little bit of like relief getting into the closet, being like, okay, like in my head, being like, all right, you thought this was the door to leave. It's not. You're in a closet right now, but no one can get to you in the closet.
I want to know what the mentality was of you hugging the wall. You were like a fucking roller skater that can't skate, so you're just trying to edge along the wall.
I don't know. I was 18.
Yeah, he's young. I feel the statute of limitations from that lifted, so there you go.
It's fine. I'm sure it's all good. But yeah, that was. God damn it! I remember how panicked I was getting tickled.
Oh yeah.
That's being tickled anytime is the worst.
Really? I'm not ticklish.
You know what's funny?
No, I've had girls will be like, hoo, 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 and I'll be like, what are you doing? Like, you're not ticklish? I'm like, have at it.
You know a really funny moment I had after that? I go over there, I'm talking to Bash. I'm like, Bash, how you been? He's like, man, I've been good. And I'm like, any new video ideas? He was like, yeah, man, my how to drop shot video really took off. And I'm just like, okay. I thought that was a funny video. If you guys don't know Call of Duty, you can drop shot, which basically means you drop so you become a smaller target and you shoot people. It's a really effective, or used to. And so as a joke, Bashel made an entire video on how to do it. And all the commentators thought it was the funniest thing ever. And so then he goes, yeah, I'm thinking about making a video about how to get back up from those things.
Shane stopped making content. He made good shit.
I like that guy. Yeah.
I think he started working.
Channel's gone.
Oh! He actually is a legend because he worked at Twitch, right? And my second ban on Twitch, I should have never been unbanned. That should have been the final. Okay. I admit it. There's photographic evidence, but there's a shot of me on Twitch, with my pants down and my finger up my ass.
Oh, I've seen it several times.
No,
everyone's seen it.
Don't judge
me.
That's
Photoshop, though.
There's no denying it. That's what happened. And I remember my buddy Fultz was super mad because I had a G Fuel sponsorship, and it said G Fuel in the corner, and he's like, "How come I can't get a sponsorship?" Anyways, so I was like, "Oh wait, Bash had hit me up on Twitter saying that he worked." Like, I'm like, "Where you been?" He said, "Oh, I work at Twitch now." I'm like, "Cool." So I'm thinking, "Oh, let me hit up." So I'm like, "Hey, Bash, little problem. I got up to go to the bathroom, and my pants were a little low, and so you could see my butt crack, and they banned me for it." Complete lie. That's not at all what happened, but that's the way I work.
Or Bash.
Hopefully that he wouldn't fucking look into it. He's like, "I don't know, dude. They're really stringent on nudity." He's like, "Can you look into it?" He's like, "Fine." And then he hits me back up. He's like, "Yeah, you got this is your second warning, and you got 2 weeks suspension." And then I'm like, "Then what?" He's like, "Then you can stream again. You have your partnership." Bro, when I went live after that, people are like, "What the fuck is going on?" They're like, "Dude, I played a fucking movie on my stream. I got banned. This dude stuck a finger in his ass on stream. And he's back to being partnered. Like, what's going on?" So, Bash, you're a legend. Sorry for deceiving you, dude. But, you know.
I'm sure you'll find gainful employment in some other sector.
So, Woody.
Yes.
Woody, I've been a PK fan forever.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you normally say, let's talk about this. Let's talk about, are we going to get to that?
Oftentimes.
Was this the longest intro ever into that, or no?
No, you were telling great stories about prison and
I
stuff.
didn't
I
want
was
to change
loving
a
it.
thing. I was so excited. No, this is
Yeah,
top tier
no,
content.
you've been killing it
You've
for
been
literally a
killing it.
fucking hour. I'm happy to keep this train going. I mean, we can talk about
how about this? How about this? I'll interrupt you if I got a good one. But
Here's what I want to know.
All right. Well,
Blade,
look, there's a lot of stuff we could talk about. Go ahead, Woody.
I saw a
if
video.
you have any questions,
Here, I saw a video of
Yeah.
your girlfriend. She seems lovely. How did you guys meet?
So we've been doing these RV trips, right? So basically this guy named Casey, I'm not going to get into him, but he's an awesome dude, lives in Southern California. He's really, so he's willing to throw money at events and just cool stuff and having streamers get together and do amazing stuff, right? He does, when he streams, he does PTS. He literally does it for the fun of it, right? So this dude bought us an RV, and it was me and Bjorn. I don't know if you guys know
We know Bjorn.
Bjorn.
I love Bjorn, man. That's my
Everybody
brother,
does.
dude. Yeah, and when people talk about like, hey, what did you think about this concept? To me, he's like, fuck that. Half is like, I love it. But when it comes to Blade and Bjorn, sorry for talking third person, they're like, yeah, do that. Like, you guys, we have fucking, it sounds gay, but we have fucking chemistry. Like, we get along.
It does.
Anyway,
Sound gay, you're right.
So me, Bjorn, and then this guy named Captain Content, who's part of this, and then we were going to pick up other people along. So we go up through San Francisco, and while we were there, this Becky was a viewer, and she was like a Discord user in, like, I think Captain Content's thing, you know. And Mando. Now Mando is this homeless guy who's like proud to be homeless, and he goes on his Instagrams like, hey, we can't really maneuver the RV around. Anybody can pick me up and like take me to like some clothing. Well, Rebecca was like, okay. She came, picked him up, and then like took him to a couple stores and like brought him back. And as she came back, she had like little gifts for us. Got some fucking drinking glasses for Bjorn. Got a fucking captain hat for Captain Content, and then got me 4 packs of Newport. Smoking's bad.
She knows her audience.
Yeah.
No, smoking's bad. Now, it's not because I can't buy some Newports. It's because I can't buy Newports. They don't sell menthols in San Francisco. I was going, and so she brought 4 packs to me as a gift, and I was like, "Oh, thanks."
So I'm
and when
I'm
I met
not
her,
keeping up completely. There's a lot of characters in this story, but your girlfriend brought you cigarettes.
she wasn't my girlfriend.
But
This is how she became my girlfriend.
Okay.
So then after that, we go up to Sacramento and we meet up with these dudes that are fans, and one of the guys is an ex-prisoner that literally got so drunk that he lost his fucking denture. And the dude's a wild, crazy guy. We had a great stream. And then we go up north, through Seattle, all this other stuff. And then we end up coming back down. Well, as we were coming back down, Captain Content, who's a streamer, was like, I don't want to go to those guys' house. Those guys are going to kick my ass. And we're like, okay, well, we're going there, so figure it out. So this dude puts out like all points bulletin, and the girl, Rebecca, my now girlfriend, it's like, hey, I can come pick you up, you know? And so she picked him up. They went and did some streaming for like 2 days, but she was really trying to meet the whole RV. She wanted to take the RV to David. Well, Captain was super protective of her and like made it sound like they were like together. And she's like, no, I literally helped you out and gave you a ride, dude. Like, stop talking like you're my like we're a couple. Like, knock it off. Super uncomfortable on stream. He was just being weird. And then he didn't want to bring her around because he was worried that I was going to take her from him. But she was like, I'm not yours anyways, and I have a say in the matter, so you acting fucking. So she meets up with us and says, hey, tonight let's go meet at the Dave & Buster's, this and that, right? And I didn't get the address from her, or I didn't get the exact location because there's a couple different ones. So as they're leaving, I'm like, hey, Captain, call me when you guys are there. Just send the directions now. He's like, okay, sure. This dude turns off his phone.
Oh,
They drive like the hour over to where the Dave & Buster's is at, and they're at the Dave & Buster's, and she's wondering why we stood them up. But
Captain
the whole time,
Cockblock.
Captain Cockblock, right? So the whole time we're blowing up his phone, but it's going straight to voicemail, and I actually go on his Discord, and he's talking in Discord, and I'm like, dude, pick up your phone, and then he leaves the Discord, and I'm like, what the? So me and fucking the driver, shooter, end up getting a hotel room. I do a drunk strike. So during the stream, we end up doing my phone number's leaked, okay. I have
phone number's leaked. Did you say?
My phone number is leaked.
Okay.
At one point, I went to Verizon, and they told me that I had over 8,000 non-contact calls made in less than a month. Like, my numbers, people spam in the chat. It's been linked for years. I don't want to change my number. I don't want to hear terrorists win. So I feel like I want to hold on. Or there's maybe this weird person out there that I want to get a hold of someday that doesn't have, and I want them to be able to call me.
Have you had the same number for 10 years?
Yes.
I have your number. All right, carry on.
Okay. So basically the stream was like saying, fuck this hotel stream, do call in. And I'm like, call in suck. Because it's literally people calling in saying the N-word, people calling in saying that, oh, you're a rapist, and people, just talking shit. And then a couple times people want to call in and just have a conversation. For the most part, it's pretty fucking AIDS. So I'm doing the stream, and they're like, yeah, dude, why are you with Captain? I can't get a hold of the Captain and all this other stuff. And so then finally I end the stream, and I start getting these text messages, and it's from Becky. And so I'm like, hey, damn, Becky, like, what? She's like, can I call you? I'm like, yeah, go ahead. So she fucking called me, and she was like, hey, listen, I know you guys didn't ditch because obviously I watched your stream. Captain just turned off his phone and didn't want you guys to hang out with me. And I was like, oh, well, we wanted to hang out with you. I still want to hang out with you. Like, Shooter wants to hang out. I'm like, let's party. Let's have a good time. It would be a good end to the fucking. And so she's like, okay, well, let's meet at the Dave & Buster's tomorrow. And I'm like, is Captain with you? She's like, no, I was pissed. Kicked him out of the car, and he has some fucking hotel. I was like, cool. So the next day, it was kind of a biblical stream, but it was a stream with me and Shooter and Becky and a couple of her girlfriends. First at Dave & Buster's, and then at Dave & Buster's, we went to a hotel. So the whole internet thinks that I like cut Captain. Like, I took his girl.
Captain Cucked.
Yeah.
I Captain Cucked. And I went along with it because I was getting really pissed, dude. Like,
of course.
He had done a lot.
Because you're the bull in this
really
story.
Yeah, he was a dick.
Imagine
the
that.
whole stream. He made fucking everyone quit. He made Bjorn fucking go back to Denmark because he was
That's epically dickish.
epically dick. And so I played along with it. I was like, okay, yeah, cooked his girl. Anyway, so we go back down to that was the end of the trip, right? The trip had been going on for a month and a half. Shooter needed to get back home. So we go back down to where we parked the RV, and I decided to take like a 3-day fucking relaxation day. So I know it sounds really ridiculous, but I fucking kicked it in the RV for 3 days. I watched The Office. I enjoyed myself. And then I hit, and I was like, okay. I hit her up, and I was like, what are you doing? And she's just like, nothing, I work, but I was like, I was wondering if I were to drive up there, could we hang out and see where this is going? Because we really hit super strong in the hotel, like really hit it off, like amazing. And he was like, I just got to let you know, I got kids. I was like, I would think you're crazy for being. I would think you'd be crazy for being a 40-year-old woman that doesn't have kids. That makes. She's like, as long as you know about that, cool. So I drove up to Sacramento, came in, we hit it off like crazy, and now we're exclusively together, and I live with them.
Oh, very nice.
How long
You know, my
together
favorite
now?
You mentioned
couple
that didn't come through. Say it again.
a couple
couple months.
Couple of months.
Couple of months. Okay.
Yeah.
My favorite, you mentioned that people would call in and say the N-word, but they would also call you a rapist. Now, I don't have to ask why they would call you a rapist, unfortunately, because like one of my favorite clips of you on like the party RV is when you look at that, I can't think of that pretty blonde girl's name, but you're like, you're blitzed. So I feel like we should forgive you, and everyone should, for saying this, but you just look at her with these super drunk eyes and kind of lean in. You're sitting real close and you go, you ever been raped?
I know.
And she goes, no. And you go, lean in a little closer. You should be.
I know. I know.
I love that quote. I love that. I
know.
want that to be my ringtone.
We can get that done for you.
Yep, that was on my list actually. So there's that, and then there's the story of the girl in the RV. There's like kind of sort of footage of it. You can maybe see your feet on camera. Every time I've been in drama, I wish that people knew the whole story, right? Sometimes it's just 100% untrue. Sometimes I'm like 2 out of 10 bad, and it's been recasted as I'm 10 out of 10 bad. What do you wish people knew?
I mean, here's the thing. They're going to believe what they're going to believe. All I did was I was exhausted. I went back there and I slept in the bed next to this girl. That's it. I didn't fucking touch her. I didn't fucking rape her. I didn't do none of that shit. I've explained
Looked a little
million
snuggly, no?
No, that was my back to her back.
Okay.
That's all that was. I literally, after the mushroom trip, and then bone cleans.
You were on mushrooms? Not all your words are coming through to me.
Yeah, I said after the mushroom trip.
I'm sorry. Basically, a couple days later, like I talked to her the next day. She's like, "What happened?" I was like, "Nothing." They were making a big deal, saying that I like touched you. Do your genitals feel fine? Because I'm there. And she was like, "Yeah, I don't feel like I got fucked or anything, and I don't feel like he did. I didn't do." We've so
you guys aren't getting him too, right? His words, they're not coming through.
I'm able to make out like he breaks up a little bit, but I'm catching it all.
I wonder what caused it. Yeah. Let me see something.
Don't do that.
Don't do that.
That sounds like popcorn.
Yeah, it makes a loud snapping sound.
But yeah, so you're not getting that much, like, because a lot of the stuff, like, I'm sure it's on your end, Woody, or Blade's end, coming through to you, maybe because it's like you're the host or something. But yeah, like I'm hearing most of Blade.
I'm getting 95% of everything. Yeah, I'm able to hear, understand.
Oh, okay. Again, I apologize for not having a computer desktop set up to do it right. Apologize about that, guys.
So there was a mushroom trip. You were coming off of it, and you were cold and tired, and you climbed in the bed and back to back.
No. I'm sorry. The mushroom trip is completely separate. Okay. Couple days later, after this alleged incident, we all decided to do mushrooms in Denver at a stream sniper's house, and everyone got way too high, and Bone Clink started believing shit, and then the girl basically said, "I don't know if I was touched or not, but like, let's go to the police." So,
oh no,
they left me there, and then they went to the, and apparently they took statements and stuff like this, and said she didn't know what happened, refused to rape, and was kind of standoffish. She's like, "I don't know what happened." So they're kind of like, "Well, we don't really have anything to work with here, but okay, we'll take your statement." And so while all this shit's going down, I'm like, "Fuck this." I know if I were to get arrested, I'm just going to be like, lawyer. I have nothing to say. I'm not going to offer up anything, whatever. But I was completely innocent in this thing. They have no evidence on, no DNA, no nothing. And so I called them up and I was like, "Can I come and talk to you guys?" So I went in there and talked to an officer and a detective. Told them every single thing I had, and even showed them clips of her saying that she felt like nothing happened. And so I was able to go to the police and explain my story, and no charges ever got. Nothing ever came of it. If I was a rapist and I did this online, I'd be in jail right now. Simple as that. Like,
I never thought that you had actually done anything. It looked like you got in bed with that girl and passed out. That's what I always thought. I think people always want to assume the worst, and people really enjoy sensationalism. So they're always going to go to the most ridiculous thing, and they don't have your best interests at heart. So like the idea of
and also there's been situations where I've been consensually friendly with girls on stream. Forget them on stream. I might grope a titty or an ass or something, and they like it. But the community runs with it like, oh my God, he just groped that drunk girl.
Yeah, consensual groping. Dude. We've all heard of that.
When you're a star, you can get away with it.
They love it.
Thanks, Taylor. You got it. I got another one.
Sure.
I watched some videos about you in preparation for this, and they told a story. They may have it wrong, but I guess there was a super fan, right? This guy was a huge, huge fan of yours. I think he proposed to his wife in front of you. And then he and his wife went around, and you and his wife, it looked like you were hitting on her. And you may have kissed her. I'm not 100% sure about that. He comes down the stairs looking totally cucked and a little demoralized. What's the full story there? Is that about it?
Sure. Basically, I'll assess what you basically just said. Super fan met me at a Twitch meetup in Kansas City and was like, hey, I really love this girl. And he pulls out a box with a ring in it. He's like, I really want to propose to her. I've wanted to propose to her for months, but when I found out you were going to be here, I thought it'd be really cool if I could propose to her in front of you. And I was like, that's a fucking honor, dude. Like,
right.
I wouldn't propose to a girl at a fucking video arcade, but if that's what you want to do, go for it.
When I get married, I gotta have Hutch there. Like
I'm a bit of a
frankly, I've had the ring in my pocket since I've been on probation, pretty much. And as soon as I'm off, I'm heading to Cali. I'm getting my hands on Hutch, and he's gonna watch me propose to the love of my life. I gotta have him there watching.
Otherwise, it doesn't count.
This makes no sense. You realize that, right? You do realize how insane it is to want OnlyUseMeBlade to watch you get proposed.
Yeah. So, fast forward.
It's ludicrous.
Almost, basically I'd say about a year and a half. Okay.
Okay.
They got married. He wanted me to be his best man at his wedding, and I'm like, I can't really make the Oklahoma dude, and I'm sure you know someone way better than me to be your best man. That's a little ridiculous.
CNAN.
That's
my pick.
That is absurd. You don't even know him.
I need tapes at my wedding, or else nothing's going on. So, anyways, fast forward. So I'm in Kansas, and it's New Year's. I have been banned off Twitch. Not allowed on Twitch. Not allowed on anybody else's Twitch. And so my buddy Big Fultz is like, yeah, we're going to have like an 8-person force multi-stream crazy New Year's Eve party stream. It's going to be epic. And I'm like, that's cool for you guys, but what am I going to do? He's like, I got you. You can stream in my basement. It's this unfinished basement with like an elliptical.
Oh, I remember this. I remember the scene.
Yeah. And so while craziness is happening upstairs, downstairs, there's just quietness and me being like, what's up, guys? New Year's, 3 hours. Well, let's do this. And one by one, the people would come from upstairs, downstairs, and we want to have a Jager shot with me. And I'm like, okay, Jager shot. All these people did this. So between me taking shots on my stream and then free shots for them, I get pretty drunk. Well, down waddles girl. Her name's Cherokee.
Wow.
And she is...
Set the pot to the kettle?
Yeah. Actually, I've slimmed down, and it's not because I'm just a booster.
You really have.
Actually, I at the hospital I weighed 243. So.
And how tall are you? I know you're taller than me.
You're
6'2".
really tall.
Yeah.
Really? Okay.
So anyways, she comes down and she's pretty drunk, and she starts like kind of like eye fucking me. I'm like, your husband's up there and there's a camera right there. But that didn't stop her. So I instigated a lot of it, but basically we started making out, and I, groped her a little bit, and it got this perfect angle because it was me kissing her, and in between our necks, you could see Crispy come down the stairs, and then we parted our necks, and he just looked devastated. Rightfully so. I would be devastated the same way.
You're in his house, right?
No. He was in Fultz's house. It was neither one of our house.
He wants you to be his best man.
Yeah, or did. No, they're
so does she.
So they're married at this point.
They're married.
They're married. Okay.
They're married.
Were you the best man? Just to clear that up quickly.
No, I
Shame.
didn't make it.
Okay, too bad.
I couldn't make it to Oklahoma City. I was really busy.
And obviously it's insane. So you weren't going to anyway.
So do you know what happened to their marriage?
Oh, they got divorced.
Oh, that's awful.
Any regrets there, Blade?
90% regret because it's super fucked up and not cool. And I would never want to you know what? I think I have enough respect for every single one of you guys that if you had a significant other, I wouldn't, no matter how drunk I'd be, I would make out with your girlfriends or your wives. I wouldn't do it. And also, I'm pretty sure your girlfriend,
I appreciate it.
I'm pretty sure your girlfriend wouldn't be down anyways. So cool. Okay. But there's this small part of me where she didn't and kind of instigated. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like she was like, no, and I forced myself on her.
That's true.
She was into it.
She was definitely into it. I've like at first when Woody asked the question, I didn't remember this, but when you talked about the unfinished basement, it clicked for me, and it just played in front of my brain, in my mind's eye. I watched it just now as you were describing it.
Yep.
That was an epic clip.
So the next, obviously I'm hungover, and obviously I don't even like to check any of this stuff, the Reddits, the anything, because literally, if I do something bad,
for me, I missed too much. You don't like to what, any of this stuff?
I don't like to check like the Reddits and all the social. If I did something fucked up the night before, and I knew I did something fucked up the night before because it went past that. It went to live stream fails. If I get on live stream fails, I know I fucked up because that's a fucking massive audience. And so the whole day, I'm sitting there and I'm like, dude, I don't want this phone call. Because I know what it's going to be. Keem's going to call me and fucking yell at me for half an hour. Be like, dude, you got to stop drinking. What the fuck were you thinking? So finally, Keem fucking called, and he is laughing hysterically as soon as I pick up the phone. I'm like, what? He's just like, you're a goddamn legend. No one can make that shit up. She was married, dude, and the husband was right there. That was fucking hilarious, dude. That was biblical.
That was incredible.
He's like, I'm like, I thought you'd be mad, dude. He's like, I'm not mad. That was fucking amazing. And like that girl had fucking willpower. She could have been like, no, but she fucking chose to do that because she's a hoe. So fuck, that was. And I'm like, that's the phone call? Okay, cool.
Man, that poor guy.
If it hadn't been Blade sliding in there, it'd have been some 360 no scoper or some montage. Zergriz would have slid in there.
Anyone with a KD over 2, quite frankly.
Any trick shotter out there. She'd have probably went as low as a Battlefield montage maker. Somebody like
Grizz would have 720. Grizz would have 720 faking his way into that fat gash.
I'm going to give you some updates on some people from way. First off, unfortunately, do you guys remember Joe Hansen?
No.
Say his name again.
No, Joe Hansen.
Joe Handsome, the montage guy.
Mm-mm.
Anyways,
Oh, yes.
favorite montage guy ever. It wasn't like insane clips, but the way he edited it to like the music was so dope. Like it was artistic. Apparently he passed away about a year.
It sucks.
Oh no.
And
That's
the
sad.
second update that made me realize that gameplay commentary doesn't work anymore is that guy who camps uploaded a video after not uploading for.
Really? He was big
Yeah.
back in the day. Like I remember him being a huge YouTuber and like in the very beginning of it, and then just like a wisp of smoke was gone. What happened with him?
He didn't like the scene anymore. He was super hell bent on like, you should do this for fun, and now everyone's tags, descriptions, and thumbnails, and they're not actually making content, and people are bumped. And somehow bumping really offended him.
Fuck that guy. That guy can suck my giant horse dick. Oh, you know,
I don't like that pedal damage.
Are people making money on YouTube? Can you believe it? How you should be doing this for the love and the. Suck my horse dick, really. I know. The people who spend all their time.
He made money. He made money too.
He made money too. Yeah, not much though. Fuck you.
That sucks about Joe Handsome though.
Like genre of YouTube creators blasting other YouTube creators for uploading daily or having eye-catching thumbnails or something like that. Dude,
and Woody, did I ever once knock anybody for doing that?
No.
As we were coming.
Never.
Exactly. Making money.
I feel like the guys who did that were the guys who were losing. Like my take.
That's exactly right.
Projection on that guy who camps is his bell curve was so early on that it didn't peak like some of the later ones, right? My bell curve was decent. I'm a 2013 peaker, 14, I don't know, whatever I was. The guys who are peaking now are legit like super famous, going on late night talk shows, televisions, and shit like that. You know, you got now Twitch is a place where people peak a lot. Who's the guy with the crazy hair plays Fortnite? Ninja, right? That guy's on CNBC talking about the millions he's making. Business news, right? That's what peak is now. Peak back in 2010,
Can I talk about
where that guy who camps is? He was making dozens, if not hundreds of dollars. He missed it, and that's why he's mad.
Okay. Can I talk about ego for a second?
Sure.
I feel like I'm a humble motherfucker, okay? I really do.
The humblest.
But the humblest. So humble.
Lots of good people. Lots of smart people talking about how ugly. Yeah.
Anyway, but I do feel that if you are at all successful, you do need to have a little bit of an ego. You know what I mean? Like, you're not going to let a homeless dude on your channel fucking spit nonsense. You have some standards and you have a little bit of ego. I watched this clip about a year ago where there's this big event where Drake and Ninja stream, right?
Okay.
Big event, 250,000 people watching. Everyone thought it was the coolest thing ever, right? Well, later on, this dude says, well, you can't really deny that Drake definitely benefited from playing Fortnite with me. And I'm like, no. Drake's stock did not rise a cent because he played Fortnite with you, dude. You benefited from that. But like Drake wasn't like, oh shit, I made it. You know, like Drake's already Drake. And what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Drake didn't benefit.
It's not that Drake benefited, but that is one of the coolest perks of having. Well, he's an A-list celebrity, right? But even as a Z-list celebrity, sometimes, like I posted on EFT streamers stream last night on Twitch, Landmark. I felt like he had heard of me before, and it's like, oh, he read mine. That's kind of cool. Like, getting access to people or streams or whatever is one of the most ego-inflating perks.
Off the strength of just your name. Like, I'll go into a YouTube stream and just type in there like AO, and then the chat's like, oh shit, it's Blade. Yeah. The streamer would be like, oh, hey Blade, how you doing? Whereas if you're just a normal viewer, they might, unless you're like a donator or something, they might not have the same response.
Yeah.
By the way, speaking of EFT, did you hear what happened to Pestilly?
I did. Dude, that hurt me.
What happened?
Yeah, so Pestilly fell down some stairs in the Netherlands, and he's fucked up. That's a photo of him there.
Oh shit! Like hurt his neck.
Here, I'll share his photo. He fell down the stairs forward, and
Poor guy.
here I'm about to share with everybody. They have him in a neck brace there. Somebody on Reddit, this totally unreliable source, said that machine in the top left, that yellow thing that his hand is on, was concerning to him. Like, I don't know what it is. But anyway, he was released from the hospital later that day. He said he wasn't going to stream for a couple of days until he got back on his feet. But he's hilarious on his Twitter. I don't know if I'll find the replies, but he's retweeting like the funniest shit. Veritas. Yeah.
Yep.
Here's Veritas is sliding into the new wipe thing. A lot of guys are like, "Hey boys, let's crack straight into it." And he's cracked straight into the stairwells, and Pestilly said, Pestilly for me has this thing that Chris Pratt does, in that I just sort of root for good things to happen for that dude. You know, like he's
a good guy.
And
From our 1 4-hour conversation.
Yeah, I don't know how many hours of his streams I watch now, but you might call it 200.
Wow.
You know,
Yeah,
so,
he's okay, by the way.
Yeah. So he's okay. He's gonna take a few days off, and but he apparently was good and hurt. Like, it's easy to forget how like powerful we are. I'm struggling with words here, but like, if you fall forward on the steps onto your head, that's a heavy hit. You know, if I stand up and bump my head into something, it's like, why do I stand so strong? Like, that was a lot of force. You know, couldn't I stand up just barely enough? Like, why did I have to hit my head so hard? So, but yeah, Pestilly got hurt falling down.
Damn, that sucks.
Yeah. So.
Well, at least he's okay. So good for him. Good for him. And he got to go to the Netherlands. So that's fun.
Yeah. Well, he's traveling Europe, this whole year.
Yeah. I remember he's talking about he and his wife going on that trip.
Even his tweet was, "So I've gone on a bit of an adventure to test the Netherlands health system." Like, he sense of humor in there. But
that's how you have to handle things like that.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Let it get you down.
I'm sure he'll tell the whole story, and we'll probably clip it and put it on his YouTube channel, and we'll know more than I know now. But apparently fell forward down the stairs. That's the core of it, and he's out of the hospital.
Yeah, I'm glad he's okay. No breaks. Everything's in one place. He'll be playing Tarkov in no time.
Yeah. I had a little question for Blade. So when you said you're like 3.5 weeks clean of booze, which is awesome. That's great. Mm-hmm. When you stopped, did you have like withdrawal effects from it?
Nothing. I'll give an example. When 2018, Keem sat in a chair and broke it, and was like, "Fuck this, we're getting healthy." He calls me up. He's like, "Here's your plane ticket, dude. Coming to New York. You're gonna quit the booze, and we're gonna eat healthy and work overflow." I was like, "Okay," and I didn't have a sip of alcohol for 6 months, except for like the first couple of days. I was a little irritable. After that, nothing. No withdrawal symptoms. When I decide to drink, I fucking do it for the stream, and it's like, okay, we're doing it. It's not like I wake up and like slam some whiskey. You know what I mean? Just want to clarify that.
Why do you do Jager? Like, we've talked about it. Like, that seems like the most disgusting, syrupy, sugary drink to be slamming all night.
Honestly, to me, it gives me the funnest drunk, and it gives me a party drunk that keeps me up. Whereas, like if I'm drinking screwdrivers or Jack, I basically get to a point where I'm like, I'm good. I want to sleep. I feel so warm. So it doesn't really get. It's more of a party drink for me, and I love it. I know I shouldn't drink it, but yeah.
I talked to an alcoholic who talked about him drinking again after his a period of time off, and for him, it was instantly home and happiness. Just the taste of it hitting their lips was like,
yeah,
right, this is my happy place. Is that what alcohol is for you?
A little bit. Do you remember the commercials with Pepto-Bismol, where it showed like a skeleton and the Pepto-Bismol would go in and like. That warm feeling from that I feel like I can only get from, I assume, alcohol and heroin. I really love that, and I get that feeling, the same strength each time the first drink of the night. I get that from. It's like
in one of the videos I watched to get ready for this, they said that your relationship with Keem was over. Like, I guess he went on and said he was done with you. You had done something that turned you off towards him.
Keem's been begging me and trying to help me for years to fucking quit booze. I appreciate him for that. But there was a dog throwing incident, and so at that point he had already distanced himself from me. You know, we're always going to be brothers. He's always going to be my homie. I actually do business almost on the daily, doing something that I don't want to talk about. As far as like friendship wise, he's like, I can't really have you around if you're going to go down this path.
Throwing dogs.
And so
I want to talk about dog throwing ASAP.
You want to talk about the dog throwing? Okay.
Yes. First of all, what kind of dog are we talking
finish
here?
the
Okay.
let's finish the Keem relationship thing.
I'm chomping at the bit to get this dog. But okay.
The dog throw was the final thing. Like, I really can't associate with you, dude. Like, we've always been friends. If you ever need anything, but as far as like it basically, I asked him, I was like, so if I was in Buffalo, like doing some IRL streams, you wouldn't come out? He's like, I'm like, it is what it is, you know? So
I didn't like the dog throwing too, Keem. I'm sorry, Blade. Keem's on my mind. Kyle, go ahead. It sounds like you want to lead this off.
What kind of dog are we talking here?
That's part of the problem.
Small enough one to throw.
A small enough one to toss off you.
Kyle, it was like a pug or something. It was like...
Oh, those shouldn't live
smaller than a pug.
What?
Smaller than a pug.
It's probably about the size of one of my dogs. Like,
all right, now did you do one of those things where you hold it and you push it away, or did you wind up and give her like a good Brett Favre, put a little spin on
I didn't shot put this dog.
Okay.
I went like it was licking me too much, and I was like, ah. And like I tossed him. And you have to think I'm in a couch slumped over, so we're only like 2 feet above the ground.
Yeah.
And he landed on fucking carpet and scampered off. Nothing happened. Luckily, we got a second angle of it because at the time I was living at a house where we had a 24/7 cam. So my cam from the angle looks like I hurled this dog. But if you look at it from the second angle, it's literally like throwing a cat or a dog off you, and then they fucking scamper.
It's so bizarre that so many streamers get in trouble for throwing animals. Like,
yeah, there was that chick on Twitch who threw a cat or something, right?
Now,
yeah,
I will
say,
right? I will say this, okay? That was fucked up. There's no defending that. There's no this happened. No, flat out fucked up. My sister fucking owns 3 dogs, and we had a real conversation about this. And it's like, I'm not going to sit here and try to defend myself on that one. My bad. I fucked up. Simple as that. There's no
Fair enough.
Saving face. Honestly, God, I fucked up. We've moved on from it. If I could take it back, I would.
It sounds like one of those things when you're really drunk.
There was no learning experience. I didn't come out of this a better person. It was fucked. Simple.
Yeah, it sounds like one of those situations where you're just super drunk and you just make a split decision, and it's like you realize what you've done after it's done.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that sucks. I don't like that either, but I definitely accept your explanation for how that went down.
So just so you know, I played the video for the people watching; they could see it. I wish it was a cat, right? Like if it was a cat, or maybe
you could have cheered you on if it was a
maybe
cat.
a more athletic dog. If it was like those Irish sheep dogs that you see running on top of all the sheep, and like you throw one of those things, he'll probably roll with it and come right back.
He'll do a flip.
Do it again, Dad. Right? That if it's athletic enough. If it's a cat, fuck that throw. Wasn't too much different than the cat just jumping off the fire.
You could throw that cat out a window. I won't care.
What people don't see because of the dog went and got a fetch toy and brought it back.
Yeah, that's not in the clip. In the clip is just you holding this dog, and you're right. It's not a pug. I can't quite recognize what it is.
It's a mutt.
But it's a dog who's kind of fat in the tummy with short legs, pug-ish. And you throw it, and it looks like he goes backwards. And like he's just not made for throwing like a cat is.
You can wind up with a cat and just
Dude, yeah.
let her
There should
fly.
be some
Launch a fucking cat.
cat-oriented
You know how
sports
far
we could
I've thrown
invent.
cats?
I'm like, oh,
Out of
wow.
sight. I'm like
throw
Uncle
'em, like-
Rico. I'm like fucking Uncle Rico from Napoleon Dynamite. You think I could throw this cat over that mountain?
oh.
Yeah.
I bet I could.
You think
Tell you,
that
back-
bowling ball launcher
If I could have
we
thrown that
created
cat a
was
little
just
harder,
for
I'd have
bowling
made
balls?
steak.
Yeah. The problem is the dog just it wasn't an athletic dog. That dog's not made for throwing, and I can't imagine he landed well.
I wish you could see the clip where he lands, because
Oh.
there's a second.
There was a second shooter, second tosser. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I believe you. I understand that one. I don't understand why you did it. I understand that it's probably not as bad as it looks.
'Cause he was
though.
wasted.
Because I actually, yeah, if you hadn't been wasted and you'd done that, that would have been fucked beyond belief. But
Still
being
official
wasted-
statement, not cool.
No, none of us think it's cool. It's
yeah,
just
I
like,
feel like we got
you've
away from
explained
how
it
it's
well.
not cool a little bit. He's still responsible for the things he does, even though he drank. And
still
I
responsible.
don't
Yes.
no
know.
more dog throwing.
I
Still
don't know.
responsible, yes, but I think they have they say less about your character, the things
Okay.
you do when you're that blitzed, right? Like I
Well,
think you've got a
this-
little less control over impulses and stuff like that. The
Yeah.
forethought doesn't really exist when you're that drunk.
Mhm.
What's your relationship with Ice Poseidon now? I haven't kept up on that at all. You guys don't work together. He's trying to go a little more PG-13 related. What's
Yeah, he basically he wanted to get away from all the leeches.
Can you say that again?
He moved away from LA to get away from that scene, all the leeches.
Leeches.
mo-
Okay.
Moved to Austin with his girlfriend. Is trying to run like a family friendly thing. I can't. I really don't like watching streams on a platform I'm not familiar with. So if you're on Twitch or YouTube, I can watch your stream. But like Mixer is all weird, and it,
Is he on Mixer now?
it's just Mixer, yeah.
Okay.
And so
no,
here's the thing. My relationship with Ice was he brought me out for, and I appreciate him for that. And there's been times when we've been hanging out. But the problem is that everyone in his life wanted something, wanted to benefit from friendship from him. I want to be friends with him because I just think I'm a cool dude and I want to be friends with everybody. But he wouldn't really let into his bubble because he was so used to everyone trying to benefit from being around him. So he never really opened up. Was always cool with me. I've seen him a couple times since then. Like when we visited Austin, he visited Vegas. We've always been cool with each other, but we've never been like buds.
Hmm.
You know?
you can probably understand where that comes from. The bubble with him, like
Absolutely.
it for a long time. Not so much now, but like there was a period for me where it seemed like everyone knew I met was trying to cozy up to me in an effort to benefit themselves in some way. Like they didn't like me
Exactly.
because they enjoyed my company. They liked me because I had a lot of views per month, and that's why they're talking to me. And oftentimes it was crazy true. Fuck my when I bought this house 4 years ago, the other person's real estate agent tried to get me to manipulate votes on like some singing TV show to help him. And it's like, fuck, I just met you. And you want me to go on YouTube and promote you on American Idol or something?
You should have told him $5,000. That's my normal fee.
Actually, that's not bad.
10,000, but for you, I'll do 5.
Yeah, I've been asked to do all kinds of crazy things.
I mentioned him briefly.
We quote them
before.
a price.
Does anyone here ever heard of Menudo, the boy band, the Mexican boy band Menudo? No.
Yeah.
I haven't been in the Mexican boy band scene for a little while.
Yeah, they're old. Yeah,
It is my kryptonite, though.
Gets me every time.
Anyway, they were an interesting boy band because they were huge, and they were huge for like 20 years. Because once you got like 16 years old, they kick you out of the band and bring in a younger guy.
Oh,
And Menudo
yeah. I've
just
heard of
kept rolling along. And
Was-
he
Isn't
was
Ricky Martin in?
he was in Menudo, yeah. This guy's career not as good as Ricky Martin's. Now he's in real estate, and he was trying to get on American Idol or something, and he wanted me to help him. And like
Also, a kind of Mexican soup.
anyway, people use you. People hear you have some sort of audience, and all of a sudden they want you to be their advertising platform. to give your, tell your audience about them. So I can see where Ice gets defensive about that because that happens.
Well, this seems like a good time to read an ad. Let me tell everyone about ExpressVPN. Admit it. You think that cybercrime is something that happens to other people. You may think that no one wants your data or that hackers can't grab your passwords or credit card details, but you'd be wrong. Stealing data from unsuspecting people on public Wi-Fi is one of the simplest and cheapest ways for hackers to make money. When you leave your internet connection unencrypted, you might as well be writing your passwords and credit card numbers on a huge billboard for the rest of the world to see. That's why we decided to take action, which is why we're recommending you get ExpressVPN to protect yourself from cyber criminals. ExpressVPN secures and anonymizes your internet browsing by encrypting your data and hiding your public IP address. ExpressVPN has easy-to-use apps, and it runs seamlessly in the background of your computer, phone, or tablet. The protection takes only one click to turn on, and now I can safely surf on public Wi-Fi without being snooped on or having my personal data stolen for less than $7 per month. You can get the same ExpressVPN protection that we all have. ExpressVPN is rated the #1 VPN service by TechRadar, and it comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Protect your online activity today and find out how you can get 3 months for free at expressvpn.com/PKA. That's expressvpn.com/PKA for 3 months free. With a 1-year package. Visit expressvpn.com/PKA to learn more.
Check them out. You don't want people snooping on your traffic?
Certainly not. Certainly not. You need to anonymize yourself, especially if you're going to be using public Wi-Fi. Yeah, definitely a little shady.
Keep your private life private.
Don't you feel I made the mistake of connecting to McDonald's Wi-Fi one time, and every time I drive on the freeway near it, it'll fucking connect real quick. And I feel like that's probably the dirtiest Wi-Fi. You might as well just be live streaming your fucking information.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Full of triglycerides. Yeah, I disable that on my phone, so it only connects to known networks, which is my network.
And also, it's kind of a sign of you were struggling one where you needed McDonald's Wi-Fi.
Yeah, I've used it once. There was a time when my internet went out, like a tree had actually like hit the power, and maybe I couldn't get internet because of it. Yeah, I think that was the case. And I just went and parked in front of a McDonald's and like did some online shit or something like that because I couldn't tether where I was at, or maybe this was before tethering, but I definitely remember going and doing that. I think I even tried to upload a YouTube video way back in the day, a gaming video from McDonald's. I don't remember if it worked or not, but it would have taken forever.
Woody, do you remember Billionaires Challenge 1 where we're all walking around and Whiteboy is walking with his laptop pointed at the sky trying to find a signal to upload a video?
No, but that sounds good. I like it. Yeah, Whiteboy works super hard on his channel. Like all the time. It was
Can I say his fucking parody shit is amazing that he did of me?
Yes.
Oh my god! On the 10-year anniversary.
I'm not offended at all.
It was great.
His shit had me dying.
That's true. Like that was my genuine first time seeing it and my genuine reaction. At first I didn't recognize him at all. Like Alex lived with me for months and months in my house. I've met him many times. Of course. I didn't recognize the motherfucker. I was like, "Is that? No, it's not Blade. What? Oh shit! It's Alex."
Yeah,
that was so good.
He knocked it out of the park. That was hilarious. I think that's the last one, right? We use that as the grand finale, sort of.
Yes. Chiz did a good job editing that whole thing out. We wanted to get Alex on with you on the same show and do another spelling bee.
That would have been epic. Actually, one of my top supporters a couple years ago, like what I looked at like the Streamlabs and so the top supporters, was this guy. His username was Blonde.
I didn't hear that word. His username was what?
Balon.
What is that?
The spelling of balloon.
I forgot about that. That was so many years ago, and I was very high, but now I remember. Oh, that's so funny. You spelled balloon balloon.
Balance.
It-
Oh, you guys talking about your spelling bee?
It was this silence after I said it, and where do you go? Blade, you
Incorrect.
just lost.
And then the
Oh,
joy
God.
from White Boy at realizing he'd been victorious.
Exuberance.
Champion again.
yeah, right. 72-time champion.
Remember when White Boy would do those real life dolphin dives?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yes.
The worst one he ever did was we were at
Paintball.
at paintball at CPX Sports in Joliet, and they had scooped up all of the shot paintballs that had accumulated at the firing range, and they had piled them up on this tarp. And I don't know exactly what paintballs are made out of, but part of it is like a vegetable oil or something akin to that.
It's biodegradable, so that it kind of just disappears on the ground, and that means that during that sort of decomposition process, it gets super yucky.
Yeah, it's not a synthetic product, so it's organic, and so it rots. It decomposes, and this stuff was rotten and decomposed. And as they had scooped it up, they'd gotten plenty of liquid from the puddles and mud and muck, and they put it all on this tarp, and it looked
Might have been a
disgusting.
kiddie pool, an inflatable kiddie pool, maybe. Does that ring a
He's
bell?
done a couple of them, but I remember a kiddie pool for one of them, but I think I remember a tarp for one of them.
Okay.
In any case, he commits to his dolphin dives pretty fucking well.
I gotta say something. So I have two phones. I got a Samsung and I got an iPhone. I use a Samsung. iPhones aren't good for streaming, but this is working with the headset or whatever. My phone is low, but I also have a fast charger. So I'm gonna roll with you guys till the phone dies. Then I'm gonna put it on the fast charger, and I'll be up to 50% in like 5 minutes, and I'll be back.
Okay.
Awesome.
So if I die,
Yeah, that's fine.
if I die out, that's what's going on. And I love fucking. I'm not supported by these guys, but Anchor, like makes these battery packs that are fucking life. And this one has power delivery. An iPhone charger does 5. Does 5. This thing 30. So it literally, like, it'll charge my Samsung 0 to 100 in less than half an hour.
Damn.
And it charges my and does the same thing for my iPhone. So when this gets shut down, I didn't rage quit you. I'll quickly take like
Understood.
a 5-10 minute break and recharge it, and then I'll get back on. Just letting you know when I disappear. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Sounds like a
sure.
plan, man.
Yeah,
Thank you for
thanks
letting
for
us
the
know.
Because for whatever reason you can't charge your iPhone and have headsets at the same time. You need a double dongle, and I don't know.
Yeah.
That's so stupid.
Taylor, you've been watching The Sopranos. Finally,
Oh yeah,
you're loving it, right?
it's fantastic. It's one of the best shows I've ever watched, and it's been out for what 20 years.
20 years, 20-year
And I'm
anniversary.
just
very
now
recently.
watching this fucking show. Yeah, this show rocks. Everything about it is great so far, except for the mom character, but she died, and so I'm happy for that. So now I like every character.
Where are you? in
That
the
guy
show?
you were. They just like an episode or so ago killed Pussy. Or no, I guess that was the end of season 2. They killed Pussy, and so now I'm like 3 or 4 episodes. I think I'm like 3.5
No
episodes
spoilers.
into season
No
3.
spoilers.
No spoilers for the
Dude, killing
season
that
that
guy
released
was-
in 2002.
Killing him was so big to me because he was in, right? He was a main character in the show.
Oh, wow.
I don't think I had seen a lot of shows at the time where characters that essential didn't have plot armor. So
Yeah.
to watch him get killed was like, fuck.
Well, I was glad seeing him die.
It's almost like if you see him get shot and fall and like die, and you think he's died, you're like, no, he's gonna wake up in the hospital. It's gonna be a storyline. But then when you find out he's actually dead, you're like, what?
Yeah, where they're
Have
like
you
dragging
guys-
his body to the edge of the
Have
boat.
you guys watched
Mhm.
The Wire?
Yes.
That's up next. Kyle said to watch The Wire as soon as I'm done with Sopranos.
The Wire is so goddamn. I could talk about that for days.
The chess scene where they explain chess and in the context of a drug dealing organization.
Yeah.
You know what's funny? That whole chess scene thing leads up to later on when Bodhi actually gets killed. He gets killed by a dude that actually does a rook move in order to get to him.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, that show's so deep, dude. That show's
Yeah,
it wasn't written by TV writers. It was written by a homicide detective from Baltimore and an inner city school teacher. These two guys just decided to come together and write this, and they wrote a map. And I could talk
well,
about
that
it forever.
explains the season where they focus on the school district a ton.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, my favorite TV show of all time. There was, if you'd asked me 3 years ago, or maybe even 2 years ago, I think my ranking went something like The Wire, Game of Thrones, and then The Sopranos. But we don't talk about Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones is like that uncle that used to come to Christmases until he got caught with a Cub Scout, and then we just pretend like Dad doesn't have a brother.
Yeah. That's what Game of Thrones is, a molesting uncle.
It's a molesting uncle.
It's hard.
A rapist of sorts.
It's hard. It's hard to rank shows above each other. For me, Wire's number one, but besides that, The Sopranos, Breaking Bad, Oz. If you could fucking get past the dick, there's just
I can't get past Oz. Oz is so far off that list for me, dude. Oz depressed
I liked Oz.
me.
It was sad as shit. It made me every time I would watch Oz, I'd be like, damn, my life is pretty good.
Fuck you. I watched Oz, and I just had gotten locked up. I was just like, is this what's coming? Is this my future? Should I just hang myself?
Oz is good.
It's chilling her.
Go ahead. You're excited.
Okay. This reminded me, this is another prison story, okay? So I'm in the hole. I'm literally in administrative segregation, right? And I asked the lady that's bringing by the books. I'm like, give me your 3 longest books.
In the hole means solitary confinement? That you're
okay. Solitary confinement. Lockdown 24 hours a day, no other human contact, no lights. It affects you. Fuck. Anyways, I asked the lady, I was like, can I get the 3 biggest books you got? So she gave me them. One of them was a book about trademarks versus patents. Not a fucking
page turner.
It wasn't a story thing. It was literally like a reference book on how to fucking patent something. So that was a waste. And
that lady sucks.
What a fucking bitch.
Right.
The other was
Well, here's how to install your own HVAC system.
And then but one of them she gave me was Stephen King's The Stand. Right?
Okay.
So 1,200 pages, and I'll break it down. $200 pages of introduction of random people. The fucking plague happens for fucking 400. Then after that's like the aftermath and all that other shit. Well, part of the story was they would just tell these random stories of these random people that you kind of assume are all gonna like be part of the story later, you know? Mm-hmm. Well, these two brothers, not but like brothers, like siblings, they go on a murder mission, and one brother gets killed, the other one gets thrown into the penitentiary, and they put him in. So now
Can you start over? They put
him in solitary.
Okay.
They put him in solitary.
No, I can just fill in the blanks.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
So I'm sorry, guys. Anyways, so they put him in the hole, solitary, whatever you want to call it, and I'm in the hole, solitary, what you call it. I'm like, oh, we're brothers now, cool. And it's like 3:00 in the morning, and then the plague hit, and it kills 99% of the population. That means everyone in the prison dies, but this dude, and he's in the hole. I'm scared shitless. Because if some shit were to happen where everyone dies but me, how am I getting out of? Like,
yeah, you'd starve to death.
Yeah, dude, I thought about it. I'm not really into the zombie apocalypse and anything, but I want to learn how to get gas from an abandoned gas station because I have no clue how.
So just so you know, that doesn't work because gas goes bad. It has an expiration date.
Oh. Well, I'm hoping this like a couple days when everyone died off, and then I'm like trying to get some gas to head. I would assume you just head west. I don't know what the move.
you just head west.
You're gonna want to find yourself a horse.
There should be a national.
No, but gas lasts a while, Kyle. Like I've got gas that's 4 months old in my garage. It's working.
There should be.
I mean, it depends on So you've
For
got gas for
real,
4 months, but what I'm saying
there
is like the
needs to be
apocalypse
a
isn't going to have
national
gasoline.
meeting.
You can go where
if
you
there-
want
if
to
there's
go with gas.
if there's a fucking breakout and half the world dies, where is everyone going to meet? We say meet in Vegas right now or something. You know what I mean? Like pick a place that we're all going to migrate to.
I don't want to meet up with the other survivors.
I'm going to Montana. There's already nobody there.
I know where I'm going, and I'm not telling.
Montana was a red herring. I'm not going to Montana.
That's where I stashed the chandelier.
Yeah, that's right. That's the chandelier. So what were you? What got you in the hole, and how long were you in there? Like why'd they put you in there?
Fuck it. I'm telling the story.
Please battery last.
I love Pinochle. I was playing Pinochle, and this guy named Sylvia
For people who don't know, real quick, can you explain Pinochle? Just in the audience?
Pinochle was the greatest card game ever made.
Some people don't know.
Who doesn't know what Pinnacle is?
It only consists of face cards, so there's no number, and there's like multiple there's 4 Jack of Diamonds, 4 Queen of Spades, and so there's 80 cards in a deck. You deal them out, and you play it just like the game Spade, where you lead suit and you try to take books. There's a lot more to it than that, but that's all I can really explain it to give you a simple gist of it. I love the game. I play it on my phone. I've almost made it to old folks' homes where they were playing it because I wanted, like, those are the only people that play it. And fucking old people, like old folks.
Mm-hmm.
They wouldn't let me in. So it was the most awkward conversation because I was, so who are you here to visit? I'm like, no one. I was just seeing if there's any action at the Pinochle table. And they're like,
sir, this is not a casino. It's a retirement community.
And I'm like, can I go in there and visit the old people? They're like, no, you can't. Like, you don't let just like nice people come in and say hi to the old folks. They would love that. They're like, no,
Sir, you smell so strongly about yeah, that fucking Gary's got his teeth on the table. It's getting real.
You've got a cooler.
Dolores has been on medication. Bitch will have a seizure if she loses this hand.
Blade, those medications are for the patients.
No, Bjorn can't come in with you.
You can't have the morphine.
No, that's hilarious. So anyway, go ahead.
So I love Pinochle, and this dude this new inmate comes in and wants to play, and I could tell he's a degenerate gambler, and you don't get your money on your books the first week you're there. So I know I'm gonna have to wait a week, but I say fuck. So we play a couple games. Like, you're only playing like $1 a game, right? So I play a couple games, and I realize he's getting frustrated. So I fucking tell my partner, I was like, hey, dude, throw this game. Like, don't try to win at all. I'll fuck up. Just go with it. So we play the game. I gave him so many opportunities to win, and he's fucking up. But eventually, I literally reneged and set myself and like gave him the next thing. He won. He was ecstatic. He was like, I knew I could beat you, you bitch. I'm like, all right, dude, calm the fuck down. You want to play again? Like, I was kind of mad because I was like, I let you win, dude. Like, if you only knew that I let you win to string you along, but you're cocky thinking you fucking won the World Series here, dude. Like, stop it. So over the course of a week, I got him to where he owed me like $50. So I let him start playing $10 hands or $10 games, which is unheard of, to give him a chance to win back. I let him win one here and there. He owed me $300.
300, you said.
Wow.
300. So the way, when you get someone in that kind of debt in there, you can only order $50 worth of store at a time. So I go, all right, dude, I'm going to get like $35 worth of stuff for me. You can get a little bit of food and some hygiene. Don't want you picking up a tier, and then just do that 3 times. So 35, what was that? That would be like 105.
Incalculable.
Yeah.
Whatever.
You can do it.
Anyway,
Go ahead.
okay,
about
I
8.
know it's 105.
It's 105.
Okay?
Yeah.
Anyways, you guys are
No, that's a joke I make every week, the whole incalculable thing. Don't take it personally.
okay. And so the day that I'm supposed to get store, I'm like, hey guys, I go, hey man, we're gonna go to mainline, which is like where you go get your food. I'm gonna go to mainline. When I get back, just have my stuff ready in a bag. I'll walk by your cell. You can just toss it to me. He's like, yeah, whatever, dude. And I'm just like, okay, that's not the response I want, but okay. Go to mainline, come up to his cell. I'm like, all right, dude, let me get that. And he's like, fuck you, wop. And, which is like basically like the N word for Italian people. If this would have happened on the streets, I would have been like, whatever, dude. But this is prison where if you let someone talk to you like that and don't do anything, everyone's going to think you're a bitch. It's prison mentality. So I went in there and I started piecing them in. Just beating on them real.
With just empty fists?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know.
Well, this is a thing to me, like stabbing, but yeah, I got confused.
You're
No,
masturbating him furiously.
So I went there and I got him coming, right?
He's coming hard.
So,
And I
of
say that's
course-
another 30.
Of course, the tier is like yelling and screaming, and the fucking riot shield guards come in, pin us, and take us to the hole.
Okay.
Did he ever pay
Now, no, because that's when they transferred me to wall to wall.
you? Ah.
Now, one thing I will say, and this will give you a time frame, when they took me to Shelton, I was in the hole for 36 days. Okay? When they took me to Shelton, it was the first time I listened to music. And they played I Like the Way You Move by Outkast and Jamie Foxx and Twista, like Slow Jam. Those were like popular on the radio at the time. And I never heard the songs, but listening to music for the first time after fucking 30 days, dude, I got goosebumps, dude. This is amazing.
So
Like, imagine not listening. Go ahead.
I've been watching that show 60 Days In, and season 6. And quickly, for anyone who doesn't know for some reason, they put undercover people in a jail, like a hardcore jail, to try to root out drugs, contraband, and see how well the COs do their job. Well, anyway, one of the participants, someone who is undercover, loans this guy 3 packets of grits because the man is hungry. And he says, you owe me 3 soups. And the guy's like, cool, I'll get you tomorrow. Tomorrow comes around. My girl's messing with my money. She won't put any money on my books. I can't get you your soups. He's like, you're going to pay me. And he's like, I'll pay you. Next day comes. I don't got nothing, man. I got nothing.
No
He's like,
more
all right. Take off your shirt, your pants, your flip-flops, and give me your fucking towel. Yeah, give me your fucking towel. And he takes all of these things from them. He is the undercover, and he has taken all of this man's clothing and his towel, which is a commodity in prison, by the way. Your towel is... We had 3 towels, and you could pay money to get a special towel. But this seemed like his only fucking towel in jail. He then takes this man's flip-flops, pants, shirt, and towel and gives it away to his buddies, and they're all laughing about it. The guy went into PC.
Yeah.
He went protective custody after that. He
Remember the guy
feared
who
for
was
his
on the
life.
show?
Yes.
Hey, Kyle.
What an
Kyle,
asshole.
I have to slide this in, okay? So in Washington, you can get a care package up to 15 pounds. Okay. You can get Oboy Roberto meat sent in, you can get books sent in, or you can have your family sending, but only once, like basically 4 times a year. Some dude had a beef with some other dude and had his girl send him 1 pair of socks in his package, and that was the only package you can get for 3 months. It was just a pair of socks. Fucked him over.
Oh.
So meanwhile, his family put together a fucking care package, and he's on the phone like, why'd you deny the care package? He's like, I would have never denied that. It's this fucking asshole sending me a pair of socks. And I signed for it, now realizing it. That's fucked up.
Yeah,
That
that's
sucks.
super fucked up. We could get whatever we wanted anytime we wanted, like sent in. I mean, they would go through it. They read your
Yeah,
letter.
Of course.
They scan it, drug dog on it, and all that. But I had people send me books. So like Chiz sent me a bunch of books. Kitty sent me a bunch of books, and I read like voraciously. I went through Stephen King's got. I'm not gonna say I went through half the Stephen King catalog because that would.
Did you read the 4 novella story thing? The different seasons.
The what now?
Or novella.
The different. It's called Different Seasons. Where it's 4 short. It's 4 not short stories, but the novella is basically not long enough for a book, short enough to be a short story.
I read The Mist.
The Shawshank Redemption, Apt Pupil, and Stand By Me all made movies from that.
Okay. No, I read 11/22/63, The Mist, It, a good bit of The Stand. I was working on It when I got released, and I didn't go back to it. It was crazy long. The book It, and there were some others. I'm not. I read a little bit of The Gunslinger.
Do you ever get pissed at Stephen King when he spends 30 pages describing a dude's arm?
Yes.
It's like, come on, dude, let's keep this moving.
Oh my! In 11/22/63, he was describing some guy who had diarrhea, and it was like 40 minutes of. I listened to an audiobook, so it must have been like 40 minutes spent on how his stomach was upset.
To me, because I was, literally trying to kill time, sitting on my fucking bunk in prison. Take your time. We got nothing but it. So like I didn't mind. I just try to do, I try to let my mind paint the picture that he's describing, and it becomes a little bit more visceral for me. So I didn't mind. If I were listening to an audiobook, I could definitely understand that, especially you, because you're listening to it while you do stuff, and you're like wanting a hop along kind of story, and he don't do that too much.
It's a little easier to follow when things are happening. Like you zone out and you could be like, "Wait, we're still on the diarrhea for real?"
Yeah.
He had to buy incontinence pants, which I guess are big diapers, and there was this long story about how the guy behind the cash register reacted to the incontinence pants, and I'm like, "Oh my!"
I had no problem with any of that.
Send me a link to those.
I had no problem with that part of the book. I liked that part of the book. It was showing you that time didn't want him to change time.
Right.
Reality itself was saying, no, stop trying to change fucking time. And it was like throwing any roadblock in his way it could. I liked that part in particular. I liked him going, because it was in the back of my head. It was like, God, is he going to shit his pants while he's trying to stop this murder? Like that's on his mind. I'm pretty sure he was wearing a diaper when he went to go be a hero.
Before my phone cuts me off, one of the weight loss things is I drink a lot of water, and also I only have 1 can of soda a week. It's my little prize every Friday.
Sometimes the prizes are important, right? Like in my opinion, it creates a more sustainable diet. If you just want to be professional fighter perfect all the time, you would surprise me if you did that for a whole life.
I've been real good for like 7-10 days or so with diet and like dropping a few pounds. Need to keep it up, but like watching The Sopranos and all these scenes of Tony just walking in there looking fat and happy, opening his fridge and pulling out like Capicola and all that. It's like, God, I just want that. I want that life.
Here.
The Sopranos and Goodfellas are literally just cooking shows.
So I went into Taylor's stream. Hold on. I went into Taylor's stream before this show, and it was like, Jesus fuck, Taylor's looking buff, right? Look at him right now. Look at that arm and the deltoid popping out. And it was like, if you motherfuckers don't think that I'm about to do 60 push-ups, 15 pull-ups, and wear my son's clothing on show so that I can so that I can Hulk out along with Taylor, then you're just not watching.
Bro,
Jack was like, don't put it in there. That's hot water. It'll shrink. I know what I'm doing. I'm going to boil this motherfucker.
I achieved one of my most important weight loss goals, okay?
What's that?
What I did is I found an old box of old clothing when I was at my biggest, and I put that shit on, and I looked like Five Mouse with hand-me-downs. And I was like, I did. We finally got there.
Nice. Yeah, I can't wait
to see Five Goes West, the sequel.
Oh yeah,
not as good. That is good.
No. Well, I haven't seen it since I was very young, so I would imagine it doesn't hold.
I got it on Blu-ray. I try to get it in at least once a week.
Yeah, The Sopranos, Blade, you got it right. The Sopranos really is a show with a smattering of mob activity, but mostly it's Italians sharing dishes with one another.
Yeah, David Chase was talking about how the fans would complain. They'd say less yakking, more whacking. He's like, but that would just make me want to write a lot more dialogue, so I would.
Well, the dialogue in the show is great.
The dialogue's awesome, but there are seasons where it goes a while without anybody getting whacked, without any like violence.
I was glad that
one of my favorite scenes in there is when Tony realizes he could tell a joke that's not funny at all, and all his goons will fucking laugh hysterically. So he literally goes in like the lamest joke.
Yeah, it was like, what do you get when you cross a 747 with maybe a lawyer? And they were like, what? And he said, a boring 747. I know that was the punchline. And everybody's like, whoa! Like Paulie's doing that thing he does where he's like,
You're so funny.
The pinky out, like finger wag. Seal's like, can you believe it? The skip told another knee slapper. And then you look over everybody's shoulders and Feech Lamana's back there. Fucking. That's when he knew Feech had to fucking go.
Well, I'm not a part of. I haven't been to that yet, but I do notice how that guy always points with one finger, like kind of fucky. Paulie, yeah, he's always doing that. Yeah, Longhorns. Yeah.
Feech Lamana was the very old man who was released from prison in about season 4, I think. It's the season that Steve Buscemi gets released alongside him.
What makes that show kind of dated for me? Well, not dated, but it just because it was at a different time. I'm trying to say this without ruining it for you, Merc. But like, they find out that somebody in their crew is gay, and the way that they fucking approach it's like, you would never. I know these are mobsters and killers, but like, if you made that show today, they would never treat it like that. They're like, oh shit, don't talk about him. He's got a Goomba.
Am I mixing up Sopranos with the movie? Do they find out a guy gives oral sex and get all freaky about it?
That is the Sopranos. They found out
Uncle Junior. Yeah.
I won't spoil who it is or how it happens, but yeah.
That's already passed. Yeah.
Oh, well, first they see him at the club, right? Wearing the motorcycle outfit. Well, you haven't.
Oh, no, the gay part hasn't passed. I'm talking about the
oral sex part. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Who does that? Is it Chrissy?
No, it's Uncle Junior.
It's Uncle Junior. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
A bushman of the Kalahari. He's whistling to the wheat.
Yeah, he likes going down on girls, and they all thought that was just not macho enough, I guess.
It's not that he likes it. He's amazing at it. World-class head, as they put it.
And I like when he goes in.
She goes, "Oh, Junior, when you kiss me down there, you're such an artist."
Junior, you're such
Why don't you keep it to yourself? Yeah, you keep it to yourself.
Why? What's the big deal about oral sex?
I used to find such a fascination with the way that the mobsters and with their wives and how I thought it was so interesting. But I've changed the belief. I'm now infatuated with how Boston women that have like The Departed and shit like that, and like The Boxer, with the way that the sisters and the moms be talking, cracks fuck up. Like, you're still with that whore? I thought you dumped her months ago. Like shit like that fucking cracks me the fuck.
I tell this joke every time Boston women come up. Woody and I went up there once for a UFC fight, and we had a lot of time to kill because our friend Joe Lozon was prepping to fight the next day, so we weren't going to get in his fucking hair. Not that he has any, but we weren't going to bother.
Yeah,
by choice.
By choice. And so we were, eating and walking around the city a little bit and just enjoying our little day ahead of the time to just have. So I got to see a lot of Boston and a lot of Boston women. And I always tell people, I was like, what do you call a beautiful woman in Boston? And they say, what? A tourist. A tourist. Those are the ugliest women in the United States of America. I've been to every major city, all right? I've driven through them. You get a good long look when you drive through a fucking city, all right? I didn't fly and have a layover one time in Boston. No. I've been in every fucking major city in the United States, the continental United States, from Los Angeles to San Francisco.
Can I say that San Diego has some of the best?
Smoking women, beautiful place, all right?
LA.
Austin, Texas, amazing women. Seattle, Washington, beautiful. Lots of Asians there. I like that. New York, oh my God, it's beautiful, beautiful women.
New York,
Georgia,
yeah.
honestly, Atlanta, lots of hot ladies. Boston women are they are the ugliest women in the country, if not the fucking world.
Jesus Christ.
I'm sorry,
What-
you gotta be a fucking. You got okay. I lived in Buffalo, dude, and as soon as I moved there, I'm like, I'm moving. You're not supposed to live in those conditions. I think that's your natural thing. That's what the Oregon Trail is all about. People go, nope, we gotta get the fuck on out of here.
This city is a monument to man's arrogance.
What's that from?
King of the Hill. Peggy says it when they arrive in Phoenix.
Oh, is that when Bobby's like, Mom, it can't possibly be that hot, 120, like whatever, and he gets out and he's like, "Oh my God!" He's just,
You know what I'm really excited about? I'm really excited about in the description of this particular time, and it's like, all right, we start the show at 3 hours.
Yeah. I want to talk to UFC before the end of the show. I don't want to clog this part of the show up with it, but just put a pin in that because the fight is this weekend, and I'm super
Yes.
jazzed for it.
Bring
It's-
that
All
up
right,
an hour
hey, how about this? I couldn't give two fucks about UFC.
Exactly.
Go ahead and for a bit, and I'm gonna charge my phone.
Okay, that's actually a good solution to that.
All right, I'll be back, boys.
All right, I'm also gonna hop off and charge my phone.
No,
Oh, fuck.
you're stuck here, Taylor. You're not going anywhere.
I've had enough hockey talk to fill a fucking rucksack. All right, you're gonna hear this. It would be a good one for you to purchase because it's such a good night of fights. And
I'll look up who it is.
so the main fight is Tony Ferguson versus Justin Gaethje,
Now,
and that's what we're pumped about.
Ferguson is exciting because he fights with his elbows a lot. Everyone who fights with looks like a murder victim because elbows cut. They don't just hit, but they kind of hit and slide. And they're very, very cutty. I don't know a better way to describe it. So all his victims look like murder victims. That's kind of neat. Justin Gaethje is known for kind of abandoning defense in an effort to just have more offense, right? He's put all of his skill points into offense. And these two are going to be amazing. He has a great takedown defense, which kind of neutralizes some of the stuff that Tony Ferguson might do on the ground. I don't know. I actually think Justin Gaethje's going to win, but he's the underdog, so it's an uncommon opinion.
Mm-hmm.
And but it's going.
I think he's got a shot.
I think
he's got a very good shot. I would say 35-40%.
I would say there's a 90% chance it's going to be a good fight. It's going to be an entertaining fight.
I think it's 100% chance it's going to be a good fight. This is not going to be like that fucking dancing match we watched last card with Yoel Romero and Izzy.
Yeah.
That pissed me off. That was the first card I've ever watched where I felt cheated out of my fucking $60, $65, whatever it is. I literally felt like I wanted a refund after that. They should have given refunds and taken it out of their fucking checks. That would have been I would have loved that. If Dana White was, you know what? No, you don't get a bonus. You're getting a deduction of the night. You're getting a fail of the night.
You know Pride did that?
I did not know that, no.
In Pride, if there was inactivity, they would give a yellow card. And I might get the details on this wrong. You might have got one warning, and then a yellow card was 10% of your pay, and double yellows was 20% of your pay. Like, it was notable. And if your fight wasn't action-oriented,
might as well miss weight.
They'd cut pay.
And then Henry Cejudo is fighting Dominic Cruz.
Very exciting.
How old is Henry
Cruz now?
I don't know the answer to that, but Cejudo is like the king of. He's 35. Cejudo is the king of fucking cringe, and
in a good way.
It's not. I don't like it personally.
Oh, okay.
I get why people do like it, and I think it is good for the sport and good for him, but it's not what I enjoy. But I do enjoy watching the man fight because he can fucking throw down. So
I started not liking it. At first, it was like, that's cringy. I thought he was going for tough, right? And then he just leaned into the cringe so hard, right? You know, putting diapers on his belts or something and calling them his downed opponents and feeding him milk and talking about how TJ is getting fussy, or like everything he does is so super cringy that it's an act. And it makes me like, I circled all the way from not liking him to liking him again because I just appreciate the entertainment value that he's putting out there.
Yeah, I can't stand his personality. He's one of those guys where like I'm there to watch him fight, and that's absolutely it. Just like Francis Ngannou's the same way for me, and he's the next on the card. I don't care what he's got to say. He's not cringy or anything. Don't get me wrong, but he's never like had a quip or a funny line. No, he bashes people in the fucking skull.
Yeah.
Like that's what that's why I'm a Francis Ngannou fan, right? Like I want to see him brain somebody so they stutter when they're 55.
On the previous fight, Cruz, on the other hand, is very smart, very articulate. Every time I hear him talk, I feel like I learned something about MMA. And when he interviews other people and they don't like they butt heads, Cruz always comes out on top, unless it's Bisping. But he's a very clever guy, very quick-witted, and when I watch Cruz, usually when I choose my champ, I pick the one I want on my TV more often, right? Who do I want to see interviewed next year? Who do I want to see call out a fighter? Who do I want to see get into the next hype press conference? And in my opinion, you can't lose with Cruz versus Cejudo. Maybe you want Cruz.
I want Cruz just because I don't care for Cejudo and seeing him on camera. You know, I want to see him fight. I don't want to see him on camera. And if he loses, it's more likely I'll see him fight than on camera. But would you want to do $5 on Ferguson Gaethje?
Yeah,
I would take Tony, obviously.
Right. I'll take Gaethje for $5. I think he's going to win.
Coolio.
Yeah.
Any other fights where you disagree with me? Because I think Cejudo's going to win, and I think Ngannou's going to win.
Is Rose Namajunas fighting?
No, that she lost 2 family members to the coronavirus, and she's having some serious emotional stuff going on right now.
She has serious emotional stuff when things go well. Jesus.
Yeah, she's got that's her biggest weakness is her mental game. And look, I think we'd all have some fucking mental issues right now if we'd lost 2 family members to this virus. You know, so I definitely understand. You know, her not competing. It's just a shame.
Yeah.
That's real tough.
But they're putting together a good card. I'm interested in how the show is with no crowd. Right, I'll hear the coaches more. I'll hear the ref more. The fighters will. You're gonna
like it more. Like you're gonna feel more in tune with what's going on, right?
I've seen it on The Ultimate Fighter, the TV show, and I'm not sure if I like it more or less. Like there's something about the crowd getting excited that gets me excited along with them, so that's kind of cool. On the other hand, hearing the coaches say things and both fighters get to hear the coaches say things and it comes through, that's interesting. The fighters will hear what the announcers are saying, and I think like that's a dynamic that we almost never get. Fighting in silence, I don't know, I want to see it.
The last card was silent.
I don't think
wasn't it?
Watched it. It was. Yeah, there was one that was quiet. I think someone even called out to the crowd to hype him up, and there was no crowd.
Yeah, like come on.
Yeah,
come
I
on.
hear it from my? Never mind.
From mom, she's here. She's got a gas.
There's
mask
one
on.
custodian up there in row 50. Do your best.
Round parade. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Real pumped. It's been so long since we've had any UFC. I'm hoping we get some Fight Island shit soon. There's Masvidal, Conor McGregor rumors going around. Who knows if that, the rumors. So yeah, I'm looking forward to some shit going down. Khabib is going to be fucking fasting for the next quarter and a half or whatever it is.
It's shorter than
I realized
it up.
Oh yeah, I realized that.
It's like a month.
Yeah, but that little period of Ramadan affects months prior and months afterwards.
He says
as far as fighting,
like 2 months to get his muscle back, and then of course he needs like
that's bullshit, by the way.
Okay, well I am sure he said something like that, and
yeah, that's bullshit.
So he thinks that it takes 2 months to get his muscles back, and then he wants 2 months or 3 months.
Yeah, the muscle loss on during fasting is less than with a reduced calorie diet. Like if you're cutting 500 calories off your basal metabolic rate, you lose more muscle per day than you do going full water fast, because your body has this huge uptake in HGH levels during a fast that goes up at first like 250% of normal, but all the way up to 1,250% of normal.
How long of a fast are you talking about? Like
2 days
fasting or?
No, I mean fasting.
Yes.
I think that 24 to 36 hours immediately starts ticking it up 2 or 3 times what it normally is. But if you go out to 4 or 5 days of fasting, your HGH levels are 1,200% higher than they normally are. It's an evolutionary advantage. If you think about, they always talked about starvation mode, right? But if you think about it, if our ancestors went 2 days without food and their body started shutting down and getting rid of their muscle, we wouldn't fucking be here.
Yeah, we would have been screwed.
Ramadan. Do they just not eat while the sun is up? Do I have that right?
I
Yeah,
think
they
it's
eat
a
at
dry
nighttime.
fast as well. I don't think they're drinking water. But look, I don't know anything about that stuff. But yeah, I think it's when it's sundown to sun up. Maybe they can hydrate and eat.
It's my impression they only drink water during the day and they have a breakfast before the sun comes up. Like, it's not that insane. But
It doesn't
every
seem
day
that
from-
insane at all to me.
Dawn to sunset,
Can
no
you start
food,
over,
no
Taylor?
water. Every day from dawn to sunset, no food, no water. But once it gets to nighttime, you can have water and food.
Okay.
How is this different from sleeping 12 hours a night?
I don't know. I don't know, man.
Why would look, if Khabib was as hardcore as he says he is, he would listen, tell me I'm wrong.
I'm
He
listening.
would flip his sleep schedule.
Yes.
He would
that
sleep
work.
during the goddamn day. He'd
It's-
wake up when the sun went down, and that'd be his morning. He'd eat a full fighter's breakfast. He'd eat a full fighter's lunch and dinner, and he'd train all night. And look, the man's a multi-millionaire. I'm talking about 10 million. I'm not talking about 25 million. The man is wealthy. You don't think he can pay some of those skinhead lookalikes he's got hanging around him everywhere to do the same fucking shit?
Yeah. Yeah, I never would have thought of that. That's a really good idea. I wonder why
It's
maybe
probably against the rules. Somebody will like correct me and tell me, but I'll tell you what, it seems like a real big loophole to me. If your whole reason for existing seemingly is being the greatest fighter at 155 pounds that's ever lived.
I like when I see religious people like circumventing their own God's rules. Like the funniest version of that are like ultra Orthodox Jews, Hasidic Jews, who will like for Shabbat or whatever it is, like Friday, they're not allowed to turn on power and stuff. Like they can't use Blender, they can't turn their phone on. And so they will build like Rube Goldberg machines where it's like, well, if I happen to knock this marble, then it touches this, which touches that, which does this and that's 6 degrees of separation, which means I didn't touch it. Or they'll have something it's literally called a Shabbos Goy, and it's a non-Jewish person that they will just hire to be like, I can't turn that on, flip the switch for me. And it's like, I just love seeing that because it's like, that if like God was real, he'd be sitting up there like, sons of bitches, this isn't what I meant.
I was filming some videos once up in Amish country, up in Ohio, I think. There's a big Amish community up there, and I've told this before, but basically what the Amish up there would do to get away with technology, they would have a phone, but it would be in a little shed at the very end of their driveway on what was technically county property. So they'd walk to the end of the driveway, go in this little shed, which was like a homemade phone booth essentially, with like a house phone, and they'd go in there and they'd make their phone calls. They would own a John Deere tractor, but not technically. They would pay the note off until they only owed $1, and the John Deere dealership would hold the note and just say, "We're good." So they didn't own it. They didn't have the papers to it. John Deere guy could come and be like, "Hey, I'll take that." Of course, the next year they'd be going to get Makitas or whatever the fuck, or McKendra or whatever, a New Holland or something. Yeah, but they don't, of course, because the Amish are big business for them. Because every Amish guy doesn't want to be plowing with a mule anymore. It's the 21st century. I thought that was pretty nonsensical.
Are Amish people? Do they do that because they think God is telling them to, or is that just their own way of life that they're kind of like, yeah, but this part sucks, I'm not doing that?
It depends on the community, right? Because Mennonites are sort of a branch off, and their rules are very relaxed. Like they usually just you can really only tell sometimes by the way they dress that they're actually Mennonites. The hair bonnets that the ladies wear especially are kind of a giveaway.
They're dressed, and I think they only drive black cars. The cars
interesting.
are kind of simple. They wouldn't have a black Maserati or anything, but
they're like cheating or Amish that at least are acknowledging like, yeah, we're kind of cheating here.
Yeah, I don't know. It's one of those things where like they're following the letter of the law in their eyes, and to them it's like, hey, it didn't say anything about paying most of a tractor off and using it. So I don't know. It seems I agree with you. It's super silly when they find those loopholes because it seems like you're getting away from the heart of the the proverb or
It
whatever.
seems
is
like
telling
they
them
should
to do
either
the thing.
change the heart of the culture to be like, you know what? You got to have track. Turns out tractors don't turn you into an immoral, awful person in the same way that the internet does. So tractors are cool now. We'll just get black John Deeres and rock with that or something like that. They should change the rules instead of subvert them. I like that.
No, I agree. It's silly.
Do you guys have any nagging regrets in your life?
Oh, not buying Bitcoin. That's the big one.
Oh, I should have fucked that lady who was running the I did this thing called the controller or whatever for Medal of Honor Warfighter, that little reality show where everybody came down and like competed, and I had the special forces guys, and then I had the YouTube gamers compete, and you know the gamers taught the special forces guys to play video games. They did that in LA, and the special forces guys taught the gamers to shoot guns, and they competed doing that at my place. And there was this thick Asian girl who was like running the show for Activision. She was very hot and she was absolutely down. And I refused to go up to, I said no, essentially, because I had a girlfriend at the time. I regret it.
Your biggest regret in life is not cheating on your girlfriend.
It's just one of them. Just one of the biggest.
Yeah, I mean, it's top 10.
She was thick. What did I not say that
I'm
part?
telling you, like you could probably go back in that. I got some footage somewhere. Maybe you could, like, if you watch the videos, if you see a big old ass in the background somewhere, that's her.
I need a multiverse to figure out mine, right? Because what first springs to my head is not doing well in high school. I think that I'm smart enough to do better than a 1.98 GPA. I know, big brag. And how much easier would my life have been if I had, like, I don't know, gotten into a good college, just gone to day school, and followed like the straight and narrow path instead of the whole night school work at the same time craziness. Now, the trouble is that, maybe this is where Kyle is going, that night school whole crazy work schedule thing maybe set me up to do well afterwards. Go ahead, Kyle. What do you got in mind?
Your biggest regret should be that you bought that fucking motorcycle.
Yes.
When you bought that motorcycle, that's what said the GPA was straight. We all know that your college GPA doesn't matter. Once you're in a school, you do a couple years and you transfer up. When you bought that motorcycle and your dad cut you off, that's what put everything in motion.
Yeah,
now, maybe you think that those hardships molded you into the man that you became, the successful man that you became, but maybe it could have gone a different way. Maybe Woody with more time graduates early. Maybe Woody with more time can socialize and make these like business connections so that you don't go into your father's firm. You make your own firm, like with some tech company, right? There's so many. I bet there's an alternate reality out there where you didn't buy that fucking motorcycle and you became a heroin addict. But I bet there's also one where you didn't buy that motorcycle and now you're like part of SpaceX or something, right? That's the interesting thing about alternate realities.
Man, that Woody's cool.
Which I want you guys to like, right? That Woody's at Mars right now. He's on Mars 1. I want you guys to finish.
Then Woody could be the one ruining his stock prices on Twitter with his neurotic takes.
I want you guys to finish your regrets for sure, but don't let us forget to talk about Elon Musk's appearance on Joe Rogan today.
I have not watched that, but
I have only watched about 40 minutes of it, but I gleaned enough from that to have some opinions.
Let's hear about that. I think I've read.
All right, so he's got this thing. Let me get the exact name. This neural hookup thing he's doing. Elon Musk.
Fuck that guy. He named his kid. That's bullying.
Wait, what did he name his kid?
A series of numbers and letters. Right?
How's it pronounced?
He explains how it's pronounced on the Joe Rogan podcast. It's really a placeholder name, is the way he explained it for the most part. Part of his name is like A24, and I think that was the precursor to the SR-71 Blackbird. And Joe's like, why? And he's like, because it's a cool plane. It's just a placeholder name. Let it go. That kid's got enough money that nobody's gonna make fun of his his weird fucking name. So he talked about his neural interface, which is one of his 4 main projects, right? He's got SpaceX, he's got Tesla, the Boring Company, and sort of his third priority out of the 4, third most important, is this neural interface thing that he's coming up with. And the idea is they are going to cut out a piece of your skull about the size of a watch, you know, like a 32 millimeter fucking chunk. And they are going to implant this device, and it is going to connect directly to your brain with wires. It's going to have a battery in it. It's going to have Bluetooth connectivity. And he thinks that it has the potential, and just saying what he said, to do things like connect. And one of the things that seems plausible to me is they would put, it would be able to interface with micro machines that are in your muscles, right? Like if you've been paralyzed, if you've lost the use of this arm, then your brain can't send the signal to that arm because of some nerve damage.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this would subvert any sort of nerve connectivity and do it through, I'm guessing, Bluetooth or some other sort of wireless connectivity. So your brain sends the signal to the device. It sends the signal to some devices that are in that muscle that fire electrical signals. And now you can move your arm again. He thinks that not only could you bring back the use of a limb to 100%, perhaps even better than 100%. He thinks that you could become superior using this kind of technology. He also talked about people who had strokes and half their face is paralyzed, you know, bringing that back. People who had epilepsy. There's already devices that do that for epilepsy, but they're external on the outside of the skull, and then the wires go in and they give you a little electric jolt, from the way I understand it, to stop the epileptic seizure. He said that anything that's wrong with the brain, obviously not things like cancer, but you know, misfirings of the brain, non-connectivity, things like the optical nerve in your eye not working anymore, he could fix with this device by forging new connections using this device to the organ that is not getting controlled by the brain currently. Now the brain can control the device, which would then control the organ, or the fire the nerves correctly. Or he promises a lot, but it's not often that he completely falls flat with his promises.
The problem with Elon Musk I have is along those lines. He is 97% full of shit, right? Like at this point, he's supposed to replace taxis with self-driving cars. He said it was a year away, not that long, like 15 months ago. It is nowhere near a year away from even now, right? Boogie, in his whole drama, they told him, look, you buy this car's going to make you money. It's going to go to New York or something, drive fucking people around.
Well, that's a real thing.
This car, it's not a real thing. It doesn't happen. It's not even close to happening. These cars don't pick up passengers and create this like wild taxi service. 97% of what he says, that number is bullshit, just like he is doesn't actually happen. He just says shit like, oh, this is an easy problem to solve.
You are a perennial Elon Musk hater.
I'm also an Elon Musk lover. I feel like he is not afraid to aim high. And I think that's neat.
You are the racist who says, but I like their music.
Well played, Kyle. But
very apropos.
I love fried chicken. All right, I'm not all racist. Some of the shit they do, it's all right, but 97% of it, you know what I'm saying.
When I hear that he's going to build some device that interfaces with your brain and he's going to solve Alzheimer's or paralysis or what have you, I think, no, he won't. Betting against him is so easy. You win all the time. His whole SpaceX thing. He says he's going to he says, I'm going to colonize Mars. What he actually does is have a rocket that lands. And look, rockets that land are kind of cool. I can give you that.
And they're required to do the Mars mission.
Yeah. We're not going to Mars by 2030 under SpaceX. You've heard it here first.
How much you want to bet?
$5. Fuck it. $6.
I thought we did 500, but
I'm that confident.
I've the appreciation alone. I thought by the time we get to 2030, 500 is going to be like 350 or something. Like God, what a baller over here.
I mean, by 2030,
like I'm not going deep on this.
We'll be in the middle of the biggest
cleaning out your ashtray for this fucking bet.
Yeah, $6 I'll put on something like that. Yeah, we're not. He's not going to Mars by 2030 with a person.
I think
Yeah,
he'll put a man on Mars by 2030.
A man on Mars.
Man, or
Just one
or,
guy?
or
That'd suck.
or a woman.
Oh, please. $7 on that horse shit.
Yeah,
Oh,
I think it's
wait,
likely that the first Mars mission will be by gender.
You think so? So they can fucking make new Martians? The first Martian?
No, because
children?
I think that the key to a successful space program is public support. I think that's the biggest key to it, especially if we're talking about a government space industry, which is not exactly what we're doing with SpaceX. But I think that they could get government funding if it's wildly successful, and there are people who actually care. The reason we stopped going to the moon is because people stopped fucking watching us go to the moon.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what else are you gonna do up there? Like it would.
People would
What
watch
else?
Go to the Moon. We haven't been there in a long time.
Well, they might watch us
I
go
would watch.
today, but if just go back to Apollo 13, right, where the networks didn't even carry the broadcast from the module. I'm talking. I wasn't alive back then, but I'm just talking about the movie Apollo 13.
Right. I do know what you're talking about. They expected to get Buzz Aldrin coverage, and they're all like, "No one's watching." But were they going to the moon? Am I crazy?
Yeah, they were going to the moon,
Really?
and no one told them that the country wasn't watching. It was just their families
tuned
at
in.
mission control watching the feed there. They thought they were speaking to America, so they're like,
Really?
yep, this is this and that, and this and this is that, and that was by 13, and there were several more missions after that.
Wait, we were just talking about Elon Musk mostly. He was on Jager today, and he promised to create a device that interfaces with your brain, implanted in your skull, and solve paralysis amongst a bunch of other things.
Sign me up.
Yeah.
I want one. I would absolutely get one.
I want to get a preventative paralysis measure. So in case I'm ever paralyzed, it's just like
Well,
one
see,
strike.
the problem about that, Taylor, is they're going to have to use 2 of Elon Musk's companies to make it happen. They're going to need the neural interface and the boring company.
just to get in there.
No
get
fucking way.
Dude, I need an Alzheimer's solution. Every time I forget the name of freaking Black Knight or White Knight on reserve, I'm like, is Alzheimer's setting in? I'm getting old.
It's like in Armageddon when it was easier to teach oil drillers how to go to space than it was to teach astronauts how to oil drill.
Yeah.
They're going to have to call in a team of roughnecks to fucking...
And I'm just sitting there, just head in a vice as they're drilling down through my thick ass.
We need a good Michael Bay movie again.
No, we
Yeah.
don't.
What was
Why
his
not?
last good movie?
Good use.
Yeah, I'll let somebody else answer that one. I know a lot
don't
about
know.
movies, but
I don't know.
They're
did
not
Armageddon?
good movies, but they're enjoyable.
He made Transformers, Bad Boys, Armageddon, Bad Boys 2, Pearl Harbor.
he made Bad
Matt-
Boys for
Matt-
Life.
No, he didn't.
Made Bad
He
Boys for Life.
wasn't on Bad Boys for Life.
I've
I don't see that
successfully
as-
offloaded my fact-checking duties, and I'm so happy.
He made Woody's
Thank you,
favorite
Taylor.
movie, The
Which one?
Purge, the first Purge.
Oh, the first.
Yeah,
I've seen
Elon
all the
Musk
Purges.
movies are like,
I don't know. I need like The Rock. I need fucking.
all right, The
Pearl
Rock, I'll give you.
Harbor.
The Pearl Harbor is bad.
Oh, it's horrible, dude. It's kind of offensive.
Yeah,
Um,
That wasn't offensive. I haven't seen it.
I don't know, dude. Like to make a fucking sappy love story about a tragedy like that, right?
Yeah.
And the timing of it was right when all the people that survived that are probably dying pretty soon. Hey, before we go, Ben Affleck's fucking this chick, but this other dude wants to fuck her. So that's a story, and fuck you. I don't know. It just seems like
oh yeah, we're gonna do the Doolittle raid, but
Fucking old
first we gotta have we gotta Ben Affleck get cucked first before we do the Doolittle raid on Tokyo.
Do you
Yeah,
guys
it
know
was-
about? Do you guys know about Pain and Gain?
Painted.
Uh,
Game
I
with
know about
Mark
the movie with
Wahlberg.
Mark Wahlberg
Yeah.
and The Rock. I think.
All right,
True story.
So this is how it worked out. What's his name? Who we just mentioned? Whatever.
Mark Wahlberg.
Michael Bay.
Michael Bay goes to the families. It's like, hey, listen, I think it's time that we made a movie about the situation. And they're like, dude, you made Transformers. No, I don't want you to make a movie about this. He's like, no, it's going to be great. You'll get some residuals, blah, blah, blah. And they're like, no. He's like, well, fuck you. I'm going to make it into a dark comedy with fucking Mark Wahlberg and The Rock.
Comedy with The Rock.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
That's
will
a
not.
real story. That was a real story.
Yeah, I
That
know.
was- Imagine you're like dealing with some shit, and they're like, you know what, dude, Kyle, we're gonna make a movie about your life. You're like, I really don't want you guys to deal with that. And like, come on. And they're like, oh, we're gonna fucking make it a slapstick comedy with I don't know, fucking Ben Stiller. You know,
I'm reading the script. I'm like, I shit myself on page 2.
yeah.
Page 2.
Ben Stiller or Jim Carrey's in those.
I'm
like,
down. Oh,
last
I'd be
line.
okay with Ben Stiller. Actually, I got to talk to Ben Stiller a few times. He's a really nice guy.
Really?
Yeah, he was a fan of the videos, and he was really intrigued because so his people got in touch with Kitty, and then they set up this phone call between me and Ben Stiller where he was just asking what my deal was, like he and like
that
what's up?
circles back to the access thing that I was trying to explain with Drake and Ninja, right? Like, no, Ninja didn't help out Drake. Maybe he helped him win some games, and that's it. But like, when you're Ben Stiller and you like FPS Russia videos, it can be like, you know what, guys, make that happen. Get him on the phone for me.
Yeah, it was super helpful too because his production company, he has his own production company called I believe Red Hour Productions, and so he made them available for us. Anytime
You know, you should have
wanted.
done. You should have been like, is Owen there? Is Owen Wilson there? Can I talk to him?
I think Owen Wilson just had gone through his suicide attempt, so that probably wouldn't have been a good idea at the
I'm a fan
time.
of yours, Ben, but I'm a huge fan of Owen Wilson. So what kind of stuff was he asking you? Just for example, like if you could say-
He was asking if I was actually Russian. He was asking who was writing my jokes. He was asking why I was doing this, how I got the guns, that sort of thing, where I actually was. So that was all really flattering, especially when somehow he thought that I had a writer.
Right.
So it was really cool to talk to him. I went out to LA a couple times to his production studio. He was not there, but I met with like his team of people, and then they got me in touch with like a sister company and turned us on to a lot of big money deals. Like
that's awesome.
there was a few movies that I did videos for. There was one where it was about Navy SEALs. I don't even remember the name of it, but that was a huge payday. And I'm pretty sure that was because of the connection that Kitty had made with Ben Stiller that led to the Red Hour Productions, that led to the company that produced whatever that movie was. It was about Navy SEALs doing stuff. And then I made a video about Navy SEAL weapons or something like that. I don't really remember.
But basically, you just made a. I thought for a second you were talking about like helping coordinate a gun stunt, but you mean like making the video and then saying, also, my friends, check out Navy SEAL in theaters May 7th, 2004.
Yeah. I literally play clips from the movie that hadn't been released yet in the video.
Right?
I'm gonna throw you back right now. Do you guys remember Gorilla ads?
Guerrilla ads.
No.
Oh, that was a full screen thing where they'd send you a movie clip and you gotta like introduce the movie and put the clip, but you'd get a $50 CPM.
Ah,
I forgot that.
Was that the one with that Yaush guy or something? Do you remember that?
I remember that. Blast from the past. Everybody's like, I'm going over to Yaush. And I'm like, oh, have fun. I guess.
Right.
I wasn't part of Yaush, but I somehow was part of their ad network or something for like getting a CPM on top of mine. And they paid out based on your views. So the way it worked was like they had this budget, and I'll call it $4,000 or something. And then whoever like got the views first would get paid until it hit their budget and it would stop. And I wasn't part of Yaush, but I was part of the network, like to fill that inventory.
Yeah.
And they kicked me out after like 2 ads because I was getting a lot of views at the time. I would get like 200,000 views. And
You like favorite and make it autoplay when anybody visits.
no,
the
it was
channel.
it wasn't powerful enough to do that too much, but I get 200,000 views a video and I'd upload 2 videos a day. So I would just suck up their revenue and then no one else would make any and they kicked me out. So that was
no. In the video I did, it was I got to go out there and watch the movie long before it came out in their screening room at their studio, and then talk to the guy who ran the studio, and then they gave me like a ton of clips from the movie, and the whole idea and the way that we integrated movies into my videos was like, look, I'm not going to do a fucking advertisement for you where I just stand there and talk about how good your movie is. Like I have to integrate it into what I'm already going to be doing anyway. And so we found like clips from the movie where they used a law rocket launcher. I was like, all right, well, let's go get a law rocket launcher. And like we show a clip from the movie where a guy shoots a law rocket launcher, blows up a car. So I shoot a law rocket launcher and blow up a car. And then we found a clip where a guy like does that sneaky thing where you're underwater and you slowly stand up, no blink, and like shoot. And what happened was like a sniper shoots a bad guy and some guy comes out of the water and catches his body so it doesn't make a splash and like takes him below. Well, of course, I don't have a team of Navy SEALs, so I have to do both jobs. So like I fire the sniper shot and you see like the bullet with a tracer hit a mannequin down the way by a pond, and the mannequin falls over, and then we cut to me in frigid, like 35-degree water, coming up and catching it, and then going down below the water. That was the most awful thing we ever did. That was awful. I've never been so cold in my life.
You're like, one take, okay, guys, let's get this.
That's exactly what it was. Yeah, like I get in the water, I get soaking fucking wet, and I'm looking at my cameraman. And I'm just like, all right, listen, I'm hyperventilating. Listen, I only want to do this once. All right, so you stand there. I want you wide angle. You do a slow pan and zoom down to my face. Get my eyes. We're doing this fucking once. Don't fuck this up. Go. And I go down below the water. and we, to their credit, we did only do it once. But the end of that video, the part where I sign off, normally I'm standing in a field. I'm in the truck with the heater on, shivering, like going, well, that was fun, my friends. Be sure to check out the movie and have a nice day.
This has been
I was so fucking cold.
People are like, Russians don't get cold. This is falling apart.
I had to pretend like I wasn't cold. That was part of it. I think somebody behind the camera even said that Russians don't get cold. And I'm like, fuck you.
Fuck you, Keith.
You know it's an act.
Yeah,
he's back there. He's like, these fucking mittens are making my hands warm. Damn.
I was wearing these like ATAC pants. They were like some new pant that just had been introduced to the armed forces or something like that. I don't know how I had gotten them. Some contractor had sent them to me, but they hold water. So like as I'm getting out, like my pants are full of water up to my knees, and it's just, that was the worst day ever. I hated that. It was worth it, but I hated that. Yeah, real well. But I hated that.
Topic?
I would do that.
Yeah, we can change something else. What
AMA question from the Patreons. I know Kyle dislikes the animal fighting topic, but because of the show, I have an ongoing argument with my friend. Do you think the mountain could kill a fully grown camel? My friends insist that he would, and I think that's crazy talk. Camel versus
that's absolute crazy talk. Who here has fed a camel or like been in a camel's presence?
I've been to the zoo.
They're enormous. They make a horse look like a fucking bitch. A camel is 2 horses or something like that. Their hooves, like the bottom of their feet, are like this, like small dinner plate.
They're not offensive animals.
Bullshit. You've seen that clip of that camel grabbing that man and slinging him?
They might be defensive. Like they won't do
humans are not offensive animals.
People underestimate the grasp. That's the whole point of the praying mantis attack. They grab things and then they bite their heads.
What would the mountain grab?
His neck.
The neck is above the mountain's head.
The mountain's very big, and he can reach up, and he would squeeze the neck at a level that most humans cannot.
It would start running about 30 miles an hour at that point.
You're winning me over, actually. I do think the camel would run, even with the mountain on its neck, almost unimpeded.
No, wait. I'm saying that camel's gonna fuck him up. They're too strong.
It could kill him if it had any inclination to do so.
What is the weight? Well, what kind of camel? What kinds of camels are there?
I only know of the one kind of camel that I met in Texas. Its name was Sushi, and she was a bad motherfucker. And I felt that she could kill me anytime she wanted to, but she was real sweet, and I fed her carrots.
I feel like a camel is just strong enough that even the mountain, who is incredibly strong, is just not even heavy enough to cause a camel that much trouble.
No.
The camel could run, and he would barely be able to hold on.
Yeah, I think that I think it would swing its head and bash him with his head, and it would be like getting hit by a fucking Volkswagen or something like that. He's a man.
Some camel facts.
Okay.
The camel facts.
Camel is one of the
This should be a 10-pole topic. More camel facts, please.
It's shoulder height is between 6 and 7.5 feet. That's shoulder. Head and body length is between 7.4 and if you're a large male, 11.5 feet long. This would fuck up any person who's ever lived. 2,000 pounds.
When you said those stats, I thought of Michael J. Fox in Back to the Future, where Biff stands and it just gets taller and taller and taller.
That's what it is. Yeah.
So to answer that AMA question, no, the mountain is one of the most powerful human beings who's ever lived. Average camel beats him to death if it wants to, and he can't hurt the average camel that doesn't want him to hurt it.
Yeah. Your friends are fucking retards, and you can tell them we told them.
Mm.
We know animal fights.
We are animal fight experts. We put in the hours. We've done the research. We got the tools. We got the talent. We know what we're doing here.
But yeah. So there's your
While
answer,
you were
friendo.
gone, guy asked if we had any nagging regrets in our life. Wade, you got anything good?
Regrets?
Mm-hmm.
That's also an AMA question, by the way. If you'd like to ask an AMA question, we get to as many as we can every month. $10. You also get access to early PKN. Get it right hot off the presses. We're talking like 20 minutes after we're done with this show, PKA. It's right up and you get it. And PKN, same thing. You get it as soon as it's up rather than several days behind.
I know this is going to sound so cliche, but I think my fucking life story is pretty fucking cool. And I really wouldn't want to change it. So no regrets.
Wow.
My journey's been pretty fucking gnarly. So I really wouldn't, I don't want to put any editor notes on that. So I'm
Carry on, you wayward star.
Right?
All
Yeah,
right.
you know, calm seas make for poor sailors.
Yep.
Oh, I like that.
Damn, did you make that up?
No,
No.
that's a cliche.
I know.
Fits
Yeah,
right.
that's-
Oh, okay.
You know, 6 of one, half a dozen.
I try to get as many.
Taylor, did you make
This,
that up?
this is one I can answer super quickly from the AMAs. This guy says he's heard me mention the show Americans, and he wants to know, essentially, he wants to know how I liked it. Never seen it before. I'm aware of its existence and some general plot points. Don't know if it's good or bad. I assume it's pretty good. I'll get to it someday. He says it's definitely his top 5. Also, did anyone finish Better Call Saul season 5 and recently wrap up? Haven't started it. Plan to. It's definitely. I'm too busy with 60 days in. I'm intrigued. It's fucking fun. It's
my pirated website stopped showing, so I'm like 2 episodes left.
Shit.
Kyle, I'll pick out another question. Can you do an ad?
Yes, I can. I'll tell everyone about the GOAT.
The GOAT.
If you're buying sneakers online, there's a good chance that the shoes you're looking at are fake. How can you be sure that they're real?
Sorry
Well,
for interrupting you. That shit works. That shit works.
Oh,
What shit?
Blade's a sneakerhead. I almost forgot until the ad came up.
Oh,
Yeah,
well, we'll get some
that's-
customer testimonial in just a minute. Goat.com is the safest way to buy and sell authentic sneakers online. They're the largest marketplace in the world for authentic Yeezys, Jordans, and over 600,000 other sneaker listings. They've made the whole process frictionless and trustworthy. They do this by only accepting from sellers with the best reputation and by verifying all sneakers to ensure their authenticity for buyers. Every detail is inspected, from the stitching and the color to the size and the weight. They're weighing these sneakers to make sure they're legit. GOAT certifies that every pair of sneakers on their website match exact factory specifications. With over 500,000 sneakers on the platform and 10 million users out there, you will not find better prices for verified 100% authentic sneakers anywhere else online. Find the perfect 100% authentic sneaker at goat.com/PKA. That's goat.com/PKA. Plus, obviously, you'll be supporting us, and we appreciate that. That's goat, GOAT.com/PKA.
I bought some Jordan 3s off GOAT. And the next day I got a notification from them saying that it didn't pass their like test as far as like legitimacy.
Yeah.
And then they gave me a discount and gave me a notification in first bids when the next pair that I wanted came up.
Nice.
Wow. That makes me feel better.
And you would have never known, right?
I wouldn't have known.
See, that's what you like to see, like a company with that kind of integrity, right? You know, they could have just let you go your own way and
The
be
main
walking around.
the main part of the service is making sure that you actually get the shoe that you're getting because so many people fucking make fake Jordans and fake fucking Adidas and stuff like that.
Yeah,
So
for non-sneakerheads, like it's almost competitive to buy them. You go to the store and they say they have them, but they really don't. Or like it's hard to get them.
They literally, when I eventually got them, it took a couple weeks, but when those got released, I basically got first dibs on them. So
yeah, that's awesome. Speaking of things being sold out, I read this article online that there was since the COVID thing has been going on, there's been a huge rush on home gym equipment, and everything was sold out. And I was like, well, that can't be true. That can't be true. It's a huge market. You know, some of this stuff is like weights, for example. They must make millions of them and just have them in
Right, maybe your
stockpiles.
second choice is in stock. Or...
Find a set of 25-pound dumbbells for less than $150 right now,
Even
and I'll
Amazon?
suck your cock.
Oh, wait.
Amazon is
Challenge accepted, Kyle.
I've always felt like weights being delivered seems counterproductive because they're literally supposed to be heavy. So the shipping costs alone is probably what the weights are worth.
It wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. And I don't know, like it shouldn't cost that much more to ship weights to me than it does Dick's. Like they've kind of got that worked out. I have a home gym, and I've got a bunch of I've got the weights for the barbell, but I also have a pretty complete set of dumbbells, the hand ones people don't lift. And yeah, I found the prices to be affordable. It wasn't so bad, and I'm glad I have them. But
yeah,
like you said, I guess you're right. I mean, you've looked into it. It's that hard to get them to find them, even on Amazon.
yeah.
They just
If you Google like dumbbells sold out, you'll find many articles like discussing this because everybody's like I couldn't believe it. They really are. There are no dumbbells to be had. And I started looking on Amazon, like, because that's my first go-to, right? They've got everything.
Right.
The only weights they have are these dumbbells that you pour water in. Right?
Are you looking to? I'm just curious. You mentioned dumbbells. Do you want a full set? Like I have it. It takes a lot of space. But
I don't want weights at all. I just saw the article about home
I
fitness
thought you were
stuff
shopping.
being sold out.
So you
No.
haven't actually went on Amazon and looked up dumbbells?
No, I have, because I was like I saw the article and I was interested that I wanted to see how prevalent it was, the lack of weights in the world, because it just seems like dumbbells, like there should be billions of them or something. They should just be piled up in a warehouse somewhere.
Gyms
But no, they're all
going out of
gone.
business should be selling their stock out or something.
Yeah, there's none to be had apparently. I don't know,
Gym sale.
but I've got like a huge I got a ton. I've got everything. I've got like full bench press and squat rack and like 300 pounds of plates.
I feel you could probably
and
pick
every dumbbell that
stuff
exists.
on Craigslist.
I wouldn't. I don't
Because-
sell
Sometimes,
things.
yeah.
Because dumbbells don't go
Oh,
bad.
Right.
It's not like
No,
you
they
gotta
don't.
No.
So like, I'm sure there's plenty of people that buy dumbbells and use them once and then go back to fucking binge watching The Office. So
But
like,
I think the thing is that everybody wants them right now because everybody's locked down and they're trying to stay fit or trying to take advantage of their time at home or whatever.
yeah.
I bet if you went on Craigslist, it's hard to find them or they're overpriced or something.
Someone asked, like, not getting the exact question, but they asked how your quarantine's going. My observation has been more people are walking around my house. So I talked about this before. But like my house, if you were to walk around my neighborhood, you might come visit like around my yard and walk there because it's almost like a park. And dude, we have every time I look outside, there's like 3-4 families pushing strollers, pulling children in little radio flyer wagons and stuff like that. It's kind of wholesome. Like it's I like seeing them. Maybe just like happy families doing their thing. I feel like people have replaced their ugly outdoor time, like commuting to work, with some happy outdoor time. Like,
yeah, I've seen the same thing in my neighborhood. I was on my patio yesterday, and neighbors out there throwing the football around. So I wanted to go throw it with them, but like, seems like a real touchy feely thing. You're grabbing that ball and throwing it at them, and I don't know if they're clean. I don't know if I'm clean.
right. Yeah.
But they're out there throwing the football, and then in my front yard, I look across, and my neighbor over there, he's out there with his like 14-year-old son or something, throwing the baseball.
Maybe use the gloves to stay hygienic and probably gets a better grip on the football.
Maybe so. Vic always wore a glove.
Are you good at throwing a football, Kyle? Bet you are.
I'm fair at it.
Okay.
I don't throw like a perfect spiral, and I certainly don't throw any bullets, but I can arc it up, and it barely wobbles, and I don't exaggerate. I could throw it 25 yards for sure. You know, like I don't know. I haven't thrown one in years. I'm not throwing the full length of the field or anything. I'm not a fucking quarterback or anything like that. But I've got decent arm strength for
Well,
throwing things.
you see those mountains over there?
We were talking about Uncle Rico earlier.
I can't throw a football for shit. So no, those are the mountains.
I could throw a football over the mountains.
I bought a
If coach
football.
had put me in,
Oh, okay.
we'd have won state. No doubt in my mind. No doubt.
I bought a football a couple months ago. I was going to throw it with Colin, teach him how to throw a football and learn myself because I'm below average. It's not that I've never thrown. I played touch and stuff as a kid, but I never played organized ball, and I'm worse than average. So I watched some videos, and I got some tips on which ball to buy. Like I went to Twitter back and forth, and there were a lot of probably PKA fans who were just helpful and encouraging. But then when I went to throw it with Colin, that elbow injury I had, it was like the perfect motion to hurt it. So I took a break from it. It took days to recover. Like it was a big deal. It wasn't a good idea.
Now, hear me out here, okay? If you've never thrown a football, I've always thought this. If you've never thrown a football or if you've never played basketball, why not just make yourself a lefty to be more effective?
Oh, that don't work.
That doesn't work?
No, you don't have the same sort of muscle memory and dexterity and control. It's like doing anything else left-handed, right? Like write your name left-handed, something you're great at. You're just going to be like drawing these
like
straight.
You're skipping over his
I'm
point.
talking about
you've got nothing, right? Like
nothing. Exactly.
I've heard people say this: if your kid's going to be a pitcher, right, and he's 6 years old or something, he sucks at throwing in the first place. Put that ball in his left hand.
Yeah, that's like one of those fucking stage parents that's like got their kids in. That's bizarre. If you're making your kid a lefty at 6 years old.
This is my story, okay?
Okay.
Don't you think so?
I was born left-handed, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Born left-handed. When I was in daycare, fucking teachers said, "No, you don't do that. You do it with this hand." And I started doing it with the left hand. I'm like, "No, you do it with this hand." They disciplined me to basically use the crayons and shit with my right hand. Mm-hmm. So I basically forced myself to be a right hand, and I've never had good handwriting. And I think that's the reason why. Because I've talked to other people that were born left-handed but were forced right-handed, and none of them have good handwriting.
I feel like that bolsters Kyle's argument.
Yeah, it supports it. You can be trained. You can definitely train yourself to do things left-handed. It takes a while, though. It takes... I would say to become as good as you are with your right, it would probably take more than a year of like daily practice. Yeah. I could throw left-handed. I can throw a baseball left-handed well enough to play catch, but I can't pitch left-handed. I can't throw hard left-handed. I can't throw a curve left-handed.
Dude, if I tried to throw a baseball left-handed, like I would throw the way like girls do, where it's like you're trying to,
yeah,
like, that fluid movement that you're used to with your right arm just isn't there.
You lose some of it for sure. I
lose all of it.
Doing anything left-handed is hard. I think, although like boxing left-handed always seemed almost right for whatever reason. Like when we would box, like I would switch stances a lot. Like it just seemed like I could snap my right as a jab much better than I think it was more that like we were mostly jabbing and not trying to knock each other out, and my right jab was much better than my left jab. And maybe that's why I was better.
I have the same thing. My right jab's a little better, but then my left cross is so garbage. I'm pretty much a one-handed fighter.
Yeah. But we were just like messing around in the yard with like some 16-ounce gloves and mouthpieces, and like we try not to throw too many crosses and straights anyway. You know, like the last time I boxed with Scott, we both connected with right fucking like hooks or crosses or whatever, and decked each other, and we were both like, all right, that's fuck. This ain't what you got Xbox, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
This shit sucks. Let's play Mario.
I had a headache for a fucking hour. It's not.
Can you guys do anything ambidextrously?
I can. It's funny you mentioned that. So when I was young, I learned to masturbate with the magazine in one hand and the dick in the other, and then I broke my arm and I had to flip. So now I was 17 when I broke that arm. What, am I going to not masturbate? No, you adapt.
Same exact story as Woody.
Really?
I burnt all this. Yeah. I burnt all the skin off the back of my right hand, lighting a balloon full of acetylene gas. and I had to go to the burn unit, get all the skin removed, and then they put this like glove on, and then they bandaged my hand up like big time, and then put it in a sling. I got pretty good with old lefty over the next few weeks. It just you just learn to do it real quick. When there's a need, there's a way,
It's
right?
the mother
Like,
of invention.
yeah,
Necessity is the mother of invention.
necessity is the mother of invention. What's the other cliche?
Where
Or
there's a will, there's a
that,
way.
Where there's a will,
there's a will,
way,
there's
yeah.
a way. Thank
Yeah.
you. And there's a million of those. So yeah, I could definitely masturbate left-handed. I could shoot left-handed. That's not a problem at all. That's just,
I can make layups in basketball left-handed, but that's about it.
Yeah, I can shoot hockey pucks right or left-handed. I'm better right, but I could do both, and that's it.
yeah.
Oh, don't goalies play backwards from their natural?
Yeah, like if you're a right-handed goalie, which I was, you learn to shoot left-handed, and that's the only reason. Like I can shoot
Because your
left-handed.
glove
Quick
in your
quick
right
hockey
hand.
question. Why can't you just get a fucking morbidly obese dude that just takes up all the space?
So this is an oft asked question of people who don't watch the sport. So it's the nets are bigger than you think. They're 6 feet wide, by 4.5 feet tall, 4 feet, 4.5 feet. And
So
like,
you only need to be 6 feet tall and 4 feet wide, is what you're telling me.
But who's 4 feet wide?
so
at the ankles?
there's no way to get someone big enough. And what they literally used to do, like in olden time hockey, was like, well, you're the worst skater, hop in there, Chuck. And it was like they threw it in there. And then over time they realized, like, oh, like if we get a guy who knows what he's doing in there, we're gonna be way better than if we just put the worst, fattest guy in there. Because like you put put the fattest man on earth. You know that guy who got to get like taken out of his that like Saudi prince or whatever. Like he's dead now, but like years ago he looked like melted ice cream on a pallet, and it was just they lifted him out and put him on like a flatbed truck and then wheeled him through, and he was like sitting there in his disgusting Jabba the Hutt body, waving feebly at the masses around him. You take that guy and you put him in net, like even if there's only like a 8 by 8 inch spot in the top 2 corners of the net, NHL players are hitting that 10 times out of 10, 9.5.
Okay.
You know what I always hated, Taylor? They always said the goalie was the best skater on the team.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, fuck you. No, look. I'm not saying that the goalie's not stable on his feet. And I guess that a particular kind of jumping back and forth. The left winger on the other team played in the AHL last year. He's the best skater on the team.
That's different. Like if you're playing a men's league, it's like, oh, well, that's Joe Blow. He played for the San Jose Barracudas. They're the Sharks minor league team. Like, yeah, that guy's going to be the best skater. But if you got a bunch of AA players together, it's not unlikely that the best like skater as far as backwards and like quick changes in direction is going to be the goalie.
At
Just because that's
goalie
what
stuff. I just always thought that, like, I bet the fastest skater is never the goalie.
Never the goalie for fastest, because goalies have flat blades and so they have to push laterally as opposed
Even if
to
you put them in other skates. Maybe this is a terrible topic, but I always thought it was a little bit pat on the head condescending to say the goalie is the best skater, and it's like, look, we
And
appreciate
also,
everything he does. He might be the bravest.
If I'm watching NHL at home, why can't they just like superimpose the puck hella big so I know what the fuck?
Oh, they
is
used
going
to.
on?
Don't you remember what Fox used to do this thing where the puck was bright yellow and you'd see it glowing when they played? They did that to try to get more fans in because like the casual fan couldn't follow the action if you didn't highlight the puck. And look, I'm below a casual fan, but I can follow the goddamn puck. Like just look at the body language of the players.
A heat
And the
streak
fans-
like behind it.
Oh, those was great, especially on like a slap shot.
Mhm.
It was like it was fucking an
On
anime
fire,
where they were just
yeah.
Hadouken behind the
what-
fucking puck.
You know what always fucks me up is that when I watch NFL football, I always forget that the players can't see the markers and the goal line stuff like as big bright orange like lines. I can see it because I'm sitting at home, but
Yeah.
well,
Mhm.
that'd be kind of cool if they could shoot that across the thing on the field, like a little laser.
Yeah,
I,
they did that in the 90s, and there's a clip of it right there. Like, I don't know how they did it. Was there some guy up in the control booth being like stressing out every time there was going to be a shot and like, and there? Like,
Yeah,
and
I can't show it to the fans. Hockey footage gets us in trouble so
yeah.
fast. But
Taylor, does your shirt say "Smooth as Tennessee Whiskey"?
smooth as yeah.
Yeah. Do you know that
On-
song?
At Kohl's in the super soft t-shirt section, $7. Not too
Yeah,
bad.
it's a country music song. You're
Oh.
as smooth
Taylor,
as Tennessee whiskey.
a substantial portion of my wardrobe costs less than $10 an item. I like where you're coming from.
Yeah, I'll go to like Kohl's and buy something, and they have like some company has something called super soft shirts, which is like one of the they just have random ass
Is it
designs.
modal, like the MeUndies material?
No, it's not that. It's just modal. It's not modal. It's some other. It's just soft like cotton,
Okay.
and they're all cheap as shit. And so I'll just load up on like 9 of those at a time, and then wear them until they fall apart because they are very shoddily made. And then
Oh yeah. I'm not sure I'm saving money, but I am responsible for clothing being offshore to Vietnam. Like, that was me. My bad.
You know, I've always wanted. Okay. So let's say the Lakers and the Celtics
Okay.
like are playing the NBA championship, and the Lakers lose. They've already made those T-shirts to say Lakers World Champions. I want one of those shirts. So
Me
people
too.
be like, where'd you get that from? You know?
Ghana. I got it in Ghana.
Got
Got it.
Oh, and then you would name the company the MandelaEffect.com, and they would only have alternate reality fucking products, stuff that
Yep.
that like different presidential like Hillary 2020, like stuff like that. Oh, that'd be cool.
Be something like, I'm glad I picked.
Don't steal my idea.
HDDVD.
Too late. It's mine.
It's not Woody's trademark 2020. Blade, how well did you read that book? We need to get this on the books.
Blade.
Trademark book.
Actually,
Yeah,
I came up,
I
I came
just
up
caught
with a
up.
brilliant idea the other
Mhm.
day, last
listening.
night, actually. I was looking for a very old screenshot on my phone. I'm an iPhone guy, so I have everything back till 2008. And as I was scrolling, I found a batch of nudes that this girl had sent me over time, right?
Nice.
And I'm
She's
like,
over 18 now.
well, she was over 18 then too. But I looked at it and I was like, holy shit, that's a 09 Jessica. Like, nude should be trading cards, because like I have some old batch of nudes and I have some new nudes. And so to be able to be like, oh shit, I got a 05 Kardashian. What do you know what I mean? Like to be able to like trade nudes like that. And just the idea of yelling out the number, like the year, and then whenever this girl happened to send me like her boobs.
All right, I like the t-shirt idea though.
What would happen if you reached out to Jessica and like, hey, you know what? I haven't talked to you for 11 years, but I have this nude of you on my phone from ages. Look at you. Would she be
Look
like
at you.
looking back to a
Can we do
younger
it
day?
before and after?
I don't know. Like it. I don't have any nudes out there that are
So I just
digital.
finished being
Woody.
off to you.
You should know that's not true.
I think it is.
Kyle and I have the receipts.
I don't know.
Incredibly
buddies.
inappropriate.
Yeah, Woody, your OnlyFans is a ripoff.
All that shit for
But
free.
yeah, like if you would have grabbed some old lifeguard photo, like, look, what do I have you from 1992? I'd be like, fuck, awesome. I want more 92 photos of me.
That would be neat. Yeah,
A 92 rookie card from Woody.
Right?
yeah. All the rookie cards are all their first year in college. Yeah,
Yeah.
That's-
Paris Hilton rookie, dude. Oh no way.
Bro,
Oh,
is that a 93 Woody lifeguard pick? What?
Blade, how's your quarantine going? How's it been impacting you?
It's been amazing.
Okay.
I love it. I just got a new girlfriend. So it's the shit.
Nice.
Probably
Just fuck-
one of the
which-
few out meeting new people in quarantine.
Yeah, she goes to work, comes back, we fucking get to do all the boyfriend girlfriend shit and hang out. And it sucks because I want to go on dates and shit. I want to like do all the fucking old fashioned shit, but
Right.
at the same time, it's like I literally get to fucking kick it with you for hours on end, just on the couch. This is awesome.
Man.
You ought to
So
do
how-
14-year-old Woody dates. Make brownies. That was my move. That was my move. Back when I couldn't go out, didn't have a car, didn't have a thing to do. Get the girl over, make brownies. I told my wife about this recently. She's like, "You've never made me brownies." You met me post car.
Yeah.
Yeah, what do you
Lately,
do?
I've been making lots of official Chex Mix.
What's that?
Oh,
Have you ever had Chex Mix before?
it's outstanding.
So you're just making your own?
No, but here's the thing. Most people don't like Chex Mix because that shit in the bag sucks. But what you do is you take 9 cups, which is 3, 3, and 3 of wheat, rice, and corn. You mix a fucking big ass container of mixed nuts, like planters. And then in a bowl, you mix butter, onion powder, garlic salt, and hella Worcestershire sauce. The Worcestershire sauce is the key. You fucking cook that little shit in the microwave, and then over the pan with all the checks and the nuts and stuff, you drizzle it over it, and you cook it for an hour. It's delicious.
So it's just like kernels of corn you're talking about in there?
Wait,
Have you ever had what?
I don't think you know what Chex Mix is.
I do. I thought he said you had corn though.
No.
There was a corn. There's 3 flavors of Chex Mix.
Yeah, there's
Chex
3
cereal,
flavors
and
of
one of
Chex
them
Mix.
is corn. So they end up being like dark brown, light brown, and sort of yellow. And the corn one is
Yeah.
yellow.
Oh, okay.
I think
Okay.
that's where you slip
But the
away.
way that the butter and the Worcestershire sauce soaks into, if you're good, soaks into all of the fucking pieces of cereal, it's amazing.
To be
Yeah,
honest,
it's party mix.
next time I see Blade in person, I hope he brings Chex Mix. I bet
I
it's
got
legit.
I
Yeah,
got
I've had that at parties before.
Yeah.
Where they do exactly that. It's really good.
Now my thing is that a lot of people put pretzels in that shit, and I feel the pretzels are just flavor sucks that sucks all the moisture of the butter and the Worcestershire sauce out of it. So no pretzels and none of those little bagel bite things. It says put that in there, but don't. Everything else, go to town.
I trust your judgment.
I just don't like. I like a soft pretzel that you can like dip in like the
Mustard.
the mustard
Spicy
and
brown.
whatever, spicy brown mustard, or even like a cheese. But like those little hard pretzel sticks, I'm like, dude, I have more than $5 in the bank. Like, why are we eating this?
Love
Like,
those.
And they make you thirsty.
Oh, that reminds me. The more than $5 in the bank. So Blade, you were in Hawaii making content. And then something went wrong. There might have been a falling out. I don't have the story right. But you didn't have the money to get out of Hawaii. Tell me where I'm off on this.
you're
Nothing's right
off.
about that?
That's not me. It might have been someone else. It might have been.
Wait, you were never stuck in Hawaii? I just have this completely off.
No, not at all.
Oh,
What a great place to be stuck.
that was not my best topic idea of the night.
It might have been DJ Pans, because DJ Pans bought a one-way ticket, but wasn't getting donations. That's what it was.
That's confidence.
DJ Pans. Well, first off, the way it worked was this: Ice basically invited a bunch of us to Hawaii, and he was going to buy our tickets, but he was going to have a fucking epic stream where all of us basically we couldn't stream. It's just him stream some ridiculous isolation stream to recoup the money for the cost of fucking flying.
Okay.
Well, DJ Pans, who's a fucking psychopath, I love you, bro, but you're nuts. He wanted to go to Hawaii. He's like, we'll buy a ticket. So this dude did a stream, and the community got behind it. It's like, yeah, this dude's a psychopath. Let's get him there. And they raised enough money to buy a ticket to Hawaii. So his idea was when he got to Hawaii that he'd be able to stream enough to get a ticket back, and he didn't. So he was stuck in Hawaii.
Okay.
So he just had to keep streaming until he got enough money to leave.
I don't know how that worked out, but it was bad. It was bad. Like, he was like sleeping on the streets, like bad.
Fuck.
Good place to be.
Homeless people ever enjoy the adventure of their situation? Right?
I'm sure they do.
Kyle acted like I was crazy. Blade backed me up.
You are.
I don't know. There's this
Most homeless people have mental illness. Let's just get that out of the way quickly.
Also,
Kyle, you're completely overlooking
Also,
the cool
there
ones.
are also some homeless people that choose to be homeless. Like, they
cool
literally
Because
have
of
the
their
ability-
mental illness.
Okay, there you go. I guess, but like,
You
well
say mental
spoken.
illness,
Well,
I say
well,
enjoy the journey.
Look at Mark. He's so adventurous. He chooses to cut himself. He loves it. Look at him go. Oh.
See, I think that with homeless people, like Woody, you're seeing it as an adventure, and it'd be easy to see it as an adventure if you were like, if it was like camping, and at any moment you're like, "This sucks. I'm going home."
yeah.
Or if it has an end date, like camping does.
If it has an end date, but if you're like saying indefinitely you're homeless,
What if you were homeless to pay off debt, right? And then that kind of has an ending, but it's a soft one. I know of people, not in real life, but I've read of their story, where they're like, they're kind of deep in debt, or maybe they just want to, it's called FIRE. What does FIRE stand for? Like financial independent retire early, something like that. And these guys will fast forward their ability to save by living in a tent, right? So they have real jobs and they have a real shower at this campground, but their housing expenses are like $5-7 a day.
Yeah.
Because
I mean, I've heard of people that literally have like full-fledged awesome jobs, and they'll get a gym membership and sleep in their car, and they don't have to have a house anymore.
I have like a couple friends that do that.
Awful.
Yeah.
I saw there's a really good YouTube video.
Technically, I'm homeless. So
There's
my stuff is in storage.
mental illness. There you go.
No, shut up. My stuff is in storage, and I'm living with this girl. I'm offering to fucking take care of bills, but like, if I fucked up, if I like royally, nothing's gonna make her kick me out. But if I like royally fucked up and she's like out, I technically would be homeless. So
yeah.
But
Do you guys
money, I'm
remember Aviator PPG? Eric.
Of course.
He has like 6 staff members for his company now that all live in vans. They're all over the airport, all plugging in.
Guess he doesn't pay too well, huh?
I don't know. I mean, it could be that, or they could be like saving tons of money, or like I don't know what they
all of them. I think the common denominator here is Eric.
I didn't intend for this conversation to go down.
You can be nice to Eric,
but
I'm the bad guy.
There are, if you go there, there's vans with like extension cords plugging into the mothership, all just like powering their microwaves and internet access and stuff like that.
Eric watching that power meter turn, billing them.
I mean, I feel like it's a fringe benefit of
honestly,
of
honestly, if you really break it down, I need power. I need a warmth, and I need the ability to fucking shower. You know?
Oh, and an upload plan, right? You need to make content.
Shower's so important. The shower is so important. I would rather have the hot shower ranks so high on necessities. It is beyond heat. It is beyond lights. It is way beyond any form of entertainment. The hot shower will make you like, if you've gone 3 days without a shower and then you get one, you feel like a fucking human being again. The best part of prison was the shower. It was getting in that, because especially our showers, they had so much water pressure, like more water pressure than I've got here at home. It was just so refreshing to get in that thing, get fucking clean as fuck, get dried off, put in my prison hair gel, get nice and coiffed. Right, prison hair gel is
semen in the clink.
it's aloe vera based. It's this green bottle of hair gel, and you've got to use like, not like when the hair gel I use like a nickel's worth, and then like do one of these, and it's enough to like keep everything where I want it pretty stiffly.
Do you guys enjoy being the second one to shower when your girl showers and you walk in there and the heat and the fucking whatever botanical soaps and shit she did makes this fucking just amazing air? That makes sense?
No, I know what you mean. Yeah, I like walking in second shower. As long as they didn't fuck up and take all of it, all the hot water. But yeah, walking into that wall of
is that a thing?
Heat. You know, like if you're like waiting in the shower after something.
I've never experienced that. I thought that was a movie cliche where people walk in like, tuck all the hot water. Like,
if you ever want to, the biggest upgrade you can make for your home, Taylor, is a larger hot water tank or a continuous hot water tank.
I'm not talking about my house here. Like that was one of the perks when I bought the house, is it had an enormous brand new hot water heater. And so I have taken hour-long showers, piping hot the whole time. Because sometimes and sometimes it's not even like in the shower. Like I'll bring a chair into my bathroom and like just sit it in the middle of my master bathroom and let the whole area just steam up and feel really nice. I like that.
Oh, you know what I bought?
My house. So we have different hot water heaters for different areas of the house. I think we have 3 of them. And the one that Hope uses is 80 gallons, 80. And she says she runs out of hot water. And I'm like, that's a you problem. I don't know how many hundreds of gallons you want me to supply you with for the shower. But
what is going on in there?
It's an enormous amount of water for a shower.
And she has really long red hair, which I guess both long and red creates an extra washing problem and a drying problem.
Does she say that? Does she use that as an excuse?
Apparently, it's been confirmed by other girls.
Liars.
They're all in that cabal together. You can't trust them.
Yeah. That's ginger gang
Have
shit.
you guys ever had an amazing shower? really, really great shower.
Best shower I can remember having.
And you walk out of the
Oh.
shower, and then for whatever reason you fart, and I was like, that was all for nothing. I kind of want
from
to.
a fart.
I think our digestive systems are a little bit more effective than yours is, frankly. So when I fart, there's not a lot of mess.
No, there's no debris.
There's no debris.
There's no debris. I'm just saying, like, I just spent all this time making sure every body part is like squeaky clean, smelling good.
The
Here's what I
worst
can
part
relate
is
to.
getting
I
out
will
and having
pass
to take a
gas
shit.
in the shower,
Woo!
and then it's like, whoa, this is some potent gas here.
Yes.
This is
That's what happens every time you fart in the shower. First of all, it's like usually you can handle your own farts better than other people's farts. But like if you fart in the shower, first of all, the speed that it gets from your asshole to your nose is otherworldly. Otherworldly how fast it is.
All
And
right, I want-
it's so thick in
Proved
the air.
Einstein wrong again with that one.
I want to talk about this. Okay.
Yeah.
okay.
Let's say.
Deep dive.
Okay. Woody. Let's say I got you completely annihilated drunk. Okay.
All
Completely
right.
shit faced.
2 beers.
I'm talking about you're out of this world. You don't know what the fuck's
Me,
going on.
I'm with you.
Yeah. 3
Okay.
beers.
And the reason why I'm doing this is because then I'm gonna feed you some sort of distinct food. Do you think that in the morning when you wake up and take that shit that you would be able to tell me what that food was without knowing what you actually had?
No. No.
Okay, I personally think that I found out that the same material that's on your tongue and your lips is the same material that's on your asshole. So
Yeah.
I believe that your asshole has taste buds.
Well, that's just factually inaccurate.
Maybe that's why people's assholes can burn if they eat spicy food.
There you go.
I've never had that, and I
I've
eat
never
the
really had that,
spiciest.
but I believe that people get it.
Kyle, you're coming
Yeah.
off like a science denier.
I just eat such like I eat the spiciest foods. Like that curry I made last night had 15 Thai chili peppers in that bowl. It was on fire, crazy. When I went to the bathroom this morning, there was no pain. I don't get that one. I was going to say a minute ago when we were talking about the hot showers, though, I bought a sauna. Joe Rogan sold me. I bought a fucking
Nice.
sauna.
Maybe explain to me what a sauna is, because I picture a wooden room with the hot rocks.
Nah, I got a cheap motherfucker sauna. I got
understand.
a $300 personal sauna off of Amazon.com.
Okay. What is that like?
And so it's like a PVC structure.
Okay.
You put it with a it's like that material they use for if you're
Is this
taking
a
food.
foldable sauna?
No, well, I mean you could completely disassemble it. So it uses that like reflective metal material that like heat bags use for like takeout
like a
orders.
space blanket almost. Yeah.
But the thick stuff that's like double sided, and
Maybe
so
bubble
that makes
wrap
up the
in the middle.
body of it. You
Okay.
put a chair down on the floor and it goes over the top of that. You sit in the chair and then this thing like zips up over you and only your head sticks out. And then you've got this thing that makes steam. I think you plug it into the wall, you fill it up with a gallon or two of water, and it pumps crazy hot steam into the container that you're inside of.
What is it supposed to do for you? Just make
Um,
you
It's a regular
sweaty?
sauna, right?
Well,
Like help
acco-
your muscles relax.
Joe
and-
Rogan has told me a lot about shock proteins. Okay,
Okay.
and I want some of those.
What's
I don't know. It looks like it'd be fun.
What are the supposed
Have you ever done
benefits?
the hygienic chamber thing?
I wanted to do that, but Taylor didn't think it was cool.
It is amazing. It is.
Oh, that looks
I
so
would do
lame.
it, dude. I would do it every morning if I had the kind of money to be able to have that in my house.
What,
Oh, are we talking about the one that
Was it the
freezes
saltwater?
you super cold?
Yeah, like negative 170.
oh, that.
Yeah.
Oh, I might
That's
have
not what I was trying to get Taylor to do. I was trying to get Taylor to do an
the really
isolation
boring
tank.
one. Yeah.
Yeah. It was like I pay this person to spend half an hour alone in the dark. No.
First of all,
No.
we were going to eat huge amounts of marijuana before we went in there, and I was hoping we'd trip out while like in the isolation tank.
We ate huge amounts of marijuana before we did the escape room,
Sure did, and that
and
sucked.
we didn't escape.
We did not escape.
I remember that was like a 50-minute challenge, maybe like 23 minutes in, like you and Chiz and probably me were just like, dude, this isn't fun. This sucks.
The lack of chili dogs in
in
this activity is really getting me down.
I like.
I didn't know there wouldn't be snacks. Yeah.
We did. So I did a team building event for Woodycraft, and one of the things we did was an escape room, and I had a good time. Now I question if anyone else did. I'll have to ask Chiz how he felt about that day.
I think that stuff would be cool if you were like coherent, but I wouldn't want to add the degree of an edible to it. You know what I mean?
I think I don't think we did edibles for that. I think we just smoked a
We
ton.
just smoked, I think, whatever.
Okay.
We did a few edibles on that trip, I think, but mostly just I mostly smoked dabs. I bought a big big ass bong. Not sure if I should
Now
say.
Edibles have moved from the kitchen to the lab, right? And you can really know what you're getting in the doses. Have they become more beginner friendly?
Oh, they're absolutely beginner friendly. But I was never a beginner. I am amazing at making edibles.
You guys have all seen Casino, right?
Oh,
yeah.
Casino? Yeah.
All right, so you know the scene when he goes back in the kitchen, he's like, "Look, this thing has hella blueberries. It has all." That's how I feel.
Can you say that
originally
again?
about-
This has this and that. I didn't hear everything.
This muffin has hella blueberries. This muffin has almost none.
Yeah.
And I feel like my feeling on edibles originally was that before they started doing it in the lab. I feel like maybe they didn't get enough of the weed in this part and they left hella in this part. Like they didn't spread it out enough, you know?
Well, that's not possible because so the way I don't know if I should go into how you make edibles. I feel like that's
let me cover it because I could be wrong. You basically make pot butter and then cook with pot butter, right? Is that where you were headed at a high level?
Yeah. So, well, you don't want to use butter.
spreads
You want to use coconut oil because if it's like 100% fat, and butter doesn't hold as much THC as coconut oil will. But essentially, yeah. But the thing is, the oil that you're introducing into the baking good is fully saturated with THC, and there is no part of that oil that has less or more. And as long as you stir the cookies or the brownies or the muffins or whatever appropriately, then every bite in that batch will have the same amount
butter,
of punch.
like whatever it is, gets in every bit of the cookie all over the place.
Yeah, but I've definitely made batches where like, holy shit, this is some powerful stuff. And I've made batches where it's like, do you feel anything? No. It's been 6 hours and we don't feel anything. This was garbage. Like I've failed before, but after a while I got really good at it to the point. And here's the thing, like an ounce of weed, I don't remember the numbers, but an ounce of weed would make like enough butter for a big tray of cupcakes. But then there'd be like 2 to 3 tablespoons left over of butter. And it's like, what do you do with 2 or 3 tablespoons of
Just throw it on toast
of incredibly powerful weed butter? I have drank it. I have warmed it up until it's liquid, and I call it a butter shot.
I'd put it on ice cream.
See, it ruins it. It tastes like shit. So you got to keep in mind this stuff tastes like shit, and it's green.
Right.
All right. This is
just beginner here, but I feel like I'm representing the beginners watching the show.
Sure.
That's why they make brownies out of it, because they taste so good it can kind of overpower the pot, which is not tasty.
Yeah, brownies almost completely mask the flavor of it. But my thing has always been, and this is the same for alcohol and for weed. I'm not looking for like some sort of. I want the delivery device to be as potent and straight to the point as possible. If I'm drinking, I'm not doing a little shot with you. I'm not doing a Jager bomb. I'm not making a martini or a mixed drink. I don't want your fucking beer. I'm going to take a fucking rocks glass and I'm going to fill it halfway or 3/4 up with tequila. And I'm going to down the whole fucking thing. And I'm going to go from 0 to drunk right fucking now. So with weed, I feel the same way. It's like, I don't want to eat 2 brownies that taste pretty bad. First of all, that's a lot of empty calories that I'm not even enjoying. Tons of sugar and shit. Second of all, I could just drink the butter, right? And I'll get high quicker because my body can process it more quickly, break it down, turn it into whatever that chemical it is that THC turns into when it gets processed by your liver. But it's just the way to go. But what I would end up doing most of the time is I would make rice, and I would like a bag of yellow rice takes I think 2 or 3 tablespoons of butter, which was what I usually had left over, and I'd make a big bowl of rice. I call it space rice, and I'd eat that bowl of rice, and I get so fucking high.
I couldn't disagree with you more on the pot brownies. If you ever make pot brownies for me, please make it such that I have a good excuse to have 4 brownies and some milk.
Fair enough. Well, see, here's the thing, though. Once you get good and
You just
high,
want brownies.
you're going to get your brownies. Don't worry, the brownies are coming. All right, but they're going to
bring me a couple joints and some brownies. How about bring brownies and a couple
that's what you do.
And Woody's like, and hold the joints with extra brownies.
Whenever I'm free of my probation and we can go to a legal state, we'll get you good and fucking stoned to shit, and we'll eat some regular.
I could just picture Kyle, like when we're all there, we're all in Colorado or whatever legal state, hanging out. Kyle's making up the brownies, and we all start to eat them. Woody's like, "All right, where's the regular batch?" Like,
this is the regular batch. Have 3. No, I would never do that to someone. I think that like dosing people, drugging people is super fucked up, especially when it's something like, when it's anything. I was gonna say that like this drug or that drug is worse. Obviously, anything that's actually dangerous for you, but like with marijuana in particular, because it lasts so long, it's real fucked up to like dose somebody with like 40 milligrams or whatever when they're like a noob. Or 50 or 60 or 100. I can't imagine what 100 milligrams of THC does to somebody, edible does to somebody has no tolerance whatsoever.
Oh,
wouldn't they just
no
vomit?
tolerance?
Wouldn't they just vomit probably?
Oh, they're gonna vomit. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, like I've
8 hours.
I've done. They'll be high for more than 8 hours. They'll wake up high. They'll wake up the next day high. Yeah.
Will they remember it as a really traumatic experience, or barely remember it, or?
It varies person to person, but the experiences that I've had with it and the people that I've seen remembered it as a traumatic experience the next day. Like one of the first times one of the first times I made brownies, we had trimmings. Trimmings is when somebody who's growing a crop of marijuana, they trim off the parts that are like worthless. Essentially, they have a very low THC content.
Okay.
Whereas the bud, the flower of it, like the center of that is where all the THC is really concentrated. That's the good stuff. It's the part, it's what you think of when you see marijuana. It's the part that gets broken up and put into pipes and joints and ground up and all those good things. But the trimmings are like leaves and all kinds of junk that gets cut off. Not necessarily stems, but mostly just like little leaves that they trim away. Well, I had 3 pounds of trimmings. So
a lot.
It's a shoebox or so full. So I just cooked those trimmings all down into 1 dose of oil, and the oil wasn't green.
That is an unpredictable amount of THC.
God knows. Only God knows.
God knows.
It's somewhere between lethal and the worst night of your life. and the oil wasn't green. It's usually green. It was
Are you holding something up for us, Blade?
It was black.
No.
It was black like crude oil. and my girlfriend and I each ate a slice of that like brownie. And we put it in like a pie plate type thing and made like a round brownie. And it was like a fudge brownie even. We each ate a slice. First time's edibles ever. Nothing happened for like an hour and a half. And I was like, this is bullshit. I'm going to go have another slice. Ate half of another slice. It kicked in 30 minutes later. Yeah. And Trailer Park Boys became unwatchable. I did not know what episode I was watching anymore. I vomited after about 3 hours. And it was like that episode where Cartman shits out his mouth because it was a fudge brownie coming out in a giant chunk out of just shitting out of my mouth.
So at this point, were you an Olympic level pot smoker or fairly low tolerance?
I was probably smoking every other day, and like maybe 1 or 2 nights a week. I was getting real good and high and playing a lot of Skyrim, but not Olympic level. Certainly, I would say like a 3 out of 10 or something like that.
On the leading edge of the bell curve.
Yeah, I was a bronze medal pot smoker, and so this was like kicking the ass for me. My girlfriend, very similar pot experience. You know, she'd keep some at her place. She'd smoke a couple nights a week. Mostly though, just when people, like a social smoker, I would say, like yeah, if we're all getting together, let's smoke a little, that sort of thing. Her metabolism much slower than mine. We had finished watching TV, gone up to bed, gotten in bed, and gone to sleep. And I'm coming down. I'm getting better. She wakes up, bolt upright in the bed. This has got to be 4 or 5 hours after we ate it. She's like, "Where am I? Where am I?" And I'm like, You're at my house. You're at my house, baby. What's wrong?" She's like, "Where do you live?" And I'm like, "I live in Gumlog." She's like, starts crying. That's so far from where I live. And I'm like, yeah, it's okay though, because I'm here with you. We're together, right? And she's like clutching on to me like we're like that fucking Titanic scene with Jack and Kate by holding on to that fucking door. And I'm just like, baby, it's okay. She's like, I'm so thirsty. My mouth is just. She does like, and like you can hear her mouth. It's so dry, like tacky. I'm like, all right, I'll go get you some water real quick. You want ice? She's like, don't leave me. Don't leave me. She was freaking the fuck out.
When she woke up, it would have been a good bit to be like, who the hell are you?
How'd you get in here?
How did you get in here? I'm calling the police.
Oh God, she'd have just died.
Just had a panic attack and died.
Yeah, you can have some really bad episodes on that stuff. It's no joke. You've got to like work your way up and learn how it's going to affect your body. And that stuff out in Colorado and Seattle is the way to do it, because or Washington State, because you're getting a measured dose. 10 milligrams means 10 milligrams.
And those little bits of chocolate don't taste. I mean, they don't taste like really good chocolate, but like you'll eat a little bite of like a Crunch bar or whatever with 10 milligrams in it when you're out there, and it's like that. If someone fed this to me, I would be like, that's iffy. That's got pot in it. But like, it doesn't taste bad. You don't have to
it doesn't taste bad.
You know what does taste bad is I bought a Blue Moon weed beer from a dispensary when I was there, and it was more just a novelty thing. It was like, oh, that's neat. It's a beer with no alcohol, and it's 5 or 10 milligrams of weed. Not good. Just not good. So when you guys are out there, don't buy that. That's a waste of money.
So you said you had 3 pounds of trimmings. The first thing that popped into my head is that the police aren't sophisticated enough to know that trimmings are not the same thing as buds. That sounds like a legally problematic amount of pot.
No, trimmings looks like.
Does it smell like pot though? Like,
so here's the thing. It would have been the same amount of trouble that I got in, regardless of the. Yeah, it'd have been too much trouble for sure. But it was one of those things where like my friend brought him over and I cooked him up right then, and then we ate brownies. You know, I wasn't sitting around with.
That's
3
another
pounds
thing
of
I've
shit.
heard. Now, this could be wrong because I'm no expert, but I've heard people get in trouble for owning massive amounts of pot because they weigh
it.
The brownie, right? Whereas it should be something like equivalent, right? But they're like, dude, this is like 9 pounds of pot. Because that's, I don't know what a brownie.
Yeah, that's how they weigh it.
Yeah.
They'll also weigh the container a lot of times,
Right?
especially
if it's my wife makes brownies in a glass.
Well, not in that case. I meant it varies state by state if we're talking about state law. But like with methamphetamine or cocaine, you can escalate a charge just because you use a certain kind of baggie, right? Like you can go from like less than a gram to more than a gram with so a gram is very small amount. A dollar bill weighs a gram.
Okay.
So it's easy to get. Let's just say a gram is
probably weighs 3.
At least,
right?
So
Ziploc bags weighs 3. A sandwich bag.
What do you say after
that's
sandwich bag? I didn't hear the words. 1.
Sandwich bag weighs 1. I'm sorry. Yeah, sandwich bag weighs 1, but the Ziploc things with the little seal, they're like 3.
Okay. Yeah. And so that's why you'll see people put like cocaine in that like wax paper. That shit's super light. But I've definitely seen like cop shows where this guy has a misdemeanor amount unless you weigh the fucking baggie. And now they've got to take him in because the baggie added a gram of weight or something like that. Now you got 1.5 grams instead of 0.5 grams of dope. And he's like, I only paid for 0.5 grams of dope. Like, well, you got a deal then. It's just like bullshit.
People who do enough pot in illegal areas, because they get away with it for so long and they exist in a group of friends who also consider it like not a big deal, can underestimate the risk that they're taking.
That's how I felt. Yeah.
Can I say something, dude? I'm 37 years old. I was smoking weed since I was 16, and my weed smoking habits about it hasn't changed. Like when we found out that weed was legal, okay, we're still gonna smoke. When Colorado passed and made shit legalized, there were parades. They were fucking in Washington when the shit passed. There was no parades. It might have made a 5-second news story. We were just like, okay, so just smoke like cool. You know what I mean? Like no one At least up in like the Pacific Northwest.
I'll never
like,
forget.
Gable.
I'll never forget. Blade flew to a PAX with a box of blunts rolled with weed in his shirt pocket through airport security.
These aren't mine.
I remember I met you outside of some building. I don't know where the fuck we were, but we were on a sidewalk, and you're just there with a fuck. He's like, you want to hit this blunt? I'm like, fuck yeah. How'd you get those here? How'd you get weed in a foreign city? And he's like, oh, I went through the airport with these. I'm like, where? He's like right here in my pocket.
I mean, I could be the one who's wrong, but I feel like that's a huge risk for maybe the benefit's not worth it. Like, you just exist in a world where everyone agrees that weed's not a big deal until you bump into some law enforcement officer who's got a hard on for weed being a big deal.
Yeah.
And then you're,
I mean, all right. So this is okay. I smoke Swishers. Okay.
Now, a Swisher is when you buy a type of cigar, take that out and put the pot in. Am I on target?
Exactly. Yes. So when you buy Swishers, it comes in I buy like a 5-pack, right? And then each on the inside, there's 5 individually wrapped Swishers. So what I do is I unwrap it, roll one, and then put the shit back in, and then so it looks like an unopened Swisher.
Okay.
So even if a fucking cop looks at it, it looks like I just have a bag of Swishers, like I just box of Swishers.
But Swishers smell like cherries, and pot smells like pot. No?
Yeah. Well, if they take a good whiff of it, they're gonna know.
Yeah, if they really whiff it, but I personally think that the smell of Swisher, compact, non-burnt weed in it is going to just smell. I think the Swisher smell overpowers the weed.
Okay.
To a big extent, it does. Not to a dog, though. Last time I flew out of Denver, they had a fucking dog going person to person. And I had been smoking so much weed. I had weed in those pants an hour before. Copious amounts of weed. Just I was high in that line.
But you didn't have weed on you.
No, I didn't have any weed on me. But I'd had it all over me. I could, if I went, it was weed because I was stoned standing there.
Especially if you break it up in your fingers and your fingernails.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, fingers are tacky.
The dogs would. I feel like potentially you're okay. The dogs would get excited. They would search.
He didn't smell shit, so I guess so.
But if he did, you wouldn't be in trouble for having smoked in Colorado previously.
No, but they'd have pulled me out of the fucking line, and they'd have searched me and pulled all my shit out, and it'd be a whole stressful thing. It might make me late for my flight. Might miss my flight. I've only missed one flight ever, and it sucks so much.
It does. Yeah.
Yeah.
I had it for explosives. I used to get pulled out all the time.
Yeah, that was one of the scariest moments ever at the airport, was having just been up there in Washington State and Oregon, literally messing around with high explosive, not just messing around with it like we hit a detonator, but forming C4 like Play-Doh with my bare hands in the pants I was wearing. And at one point it was on my hands and I smeared it onto my pants, right? And not so much so you could see it, but it was to get the stickiness off my hands. Yeah. I had been playing with det cord, TNT, C4, tons of ammonium nitrate, and I was wearing the exact same pants. And they pulled the guy right in front of me for the chemical swab. And I was just like, fuck, let's keep going. Let me
get it going.
So I've got this story. I probably told it before, but I have camera equipment that I kept in a Pelican case. Yeah. And it's so dense in there that they almost always open it up and look at it because there's all these wires and lenses and shit that it captures the interest of the screeners when it goes through the X-ray. So then they swab it and it comes back positive for explosives because they've been around explosives. So then they question you. And I just say, I've been around explosives. Sometimes I film. It was the Arkansas thing we did.
Yeah.
And there was explosive dust, probably ammonium nitrate, I don't know, all over the air, and it coated all my stuff. And usually they just talk to me briefly. They pull everything out. I have it in there just right. So it's a pain to put it back. And that's all that happens. But it can delay you. It can take 15 minutes or so.
Yeah. And I don't know what you flagged for. We did use ammonium nitrate and C4 on that trip, along with a det cord, ammonium nitrate, and C4 on the trip that you're referring to. I have no idea what you got flagged for, but I'd have flagged for everything if they chemical tested my hands. Like
Yeah.
it would have looked real bad.
have a
I
little-
already had my phone pulled up to one of my videos. Like I had it ready to play in case they tested me, so I could be like, look, I make this.
Mhm.
They're like, a Russian, huh?
Yeah, they have
You
a
don't
little
sound
small,
Russian.
like a handkerchief. It's like 2 inches by 2 inches. And they just rub it all over my stuff, put it in a computer, and then it comes back positive.
Yeah, I hated dealing with that stuff. It's hard to explain some of the situations I've been in when you're in them. Like especially when I'm not doing anything wrong. You know, like you're in the right and you haven't done anything wrong, but it's just like I don't want to deal with this and answer these questions.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, especially if you're
it
leaving
didn't
your
bother
flight.
me. The knives are. I carry a knife in my pocket all the time, and I hate to forget that. Some people, well, half the time, by the way, I get through with a knife. The half I don't. Some guys are like, yeah. I mean, it's not that big of a deal. Other guys are really alarmed. And maybe that's like I am with you are with the pot. Like, this is not a big deal. This is a multi-tool. There's pliers on it. Are you concerned about that? Like, let's take it. Fine. But that doesn't resolve the situation.
I had this weapon, I guess you'd call it, that was just on a paracord attached to my backpack. I had like this nice, like compact military backpack this company had sent me, and they also made these things. It's shaped like a T, sort of, and the bottom part of the T, or the top, if you were actually drawing a T, like goes in your fist. You grip it, and then there's a spike that comes out between your fingers, so you're holding like a spike that's coming out, and it's all made of plastic, and it's real ergonomic. The base of it, the handle part, is wrapped in paracord, and the front is plastic, but it's, there's like 30 grades of plastic, right? And it's whatever is the one that'll hold the best
one that's
edge.
metal.
It's the one that'll hold a sharp fucking edge and is like hard. And it's literally made, I guess, to go through fucking metal detectors and be a weapon. And I wore that thing on so many flights, just on my backpack, put the backpack in the overhead, it just stayed clipped on there. And if they ever said anything, I'd take it. Just like when we went to Killington that time, I had a cigar lighter, and they were like, "Oh, look at this thing," because it was like a multi-tool cigar lighter that like had a punch and the chopping thing, and then it was a jet lighter, and it was like a $300 lighter.
And they took it.
He was super cool about it. He's like, I can confiscate it, or I could mail it back to your home. And I'm like, what if you just drained all the fluid out of it? He's like, well, the regulation says no pressurized container, so I guess if we depressurize it, you're good to go, huh? He took an ink pen out of his pocket, went psst, and handed it back to me. Cool guy of the fucking decade.
That's really nice of him.
Yeah, it
most
was super
of those
nice.
People aren't like those TSA people aren't in school.
Yeah, I'd gotten that thing for Christmas. It was super expensive for a fucking lighter. But at the time I was smoking a lot of cigars. I had gotten into that as one of my niche hobbies or whatever. I'm always doing nonsense like that.
Every time I see someone smoke a cigar, especially now watching The Sopranos, I'm like, man, that looks awesome. But I just know if I went out and I bought a cigar, I'd get like 3 puffs in until I was like, this sucks, and I don't feel like I look cool.
So I would get, when we were in Vegas, they had a really nice humidor room at the hotel I was staying in, and I went in there and I got really nice peach cigars, like not like a gas station Swisher or anything, but like a really legit like peach cigar. It wasn't as big as like a Tony Soprano deal. It was like probably
like a cigarillo kind of thing.
Yeah, but bigger than that, somewhere in between, like probably about as big around as your pointer finger. And I loved those fucking things. They were peach, and I would smoke those all the time. I like them a lot.
Guys, if my battery dies, I'm calling it.
Yep.
Yeah,
we're at 4 hours. That's
Yeah,
cool.
we're at 4 hours anyway.
I want to do another question. I hope we don't mind.
Sure.
It's for Taylor. I always love Taylor work questions. Maybe I'm the only one, but here it is. I'm going to add to it, by the way. Question for Taylor. Did going to school help you with your current marketing job? I'm working as a marketing manager and have no schooling, and I'm wondering if I'm missing anything big. So I interpret that 2 ways. One, did school help you get your job? And does school help you do your job?
I think being good at interviewing helped a lot more than school.
To get
as
the
far as
job.
getting jobs.
Okay,
Yeah, like just getting in the door is harder. But like yeah, like if you're doing shit in business or marketing or whatever, like, yeah, you learn valuable stuff in those classes, but it's not like it's engineering where if you don't go and you don't learn how to be an electrical engineer, you're not going to know how to do it. Like you can put the pieces together, you can figure stuff out online, you can take courses to like get really good at Excel. Like it's one of those career paths where it's like you're kind of responsible, I feel like, for your own education a lot, because like, you know, and I feel this way about a lot of majors in college where it's like it feels like a lot of filler space for non-STEM majors. Like if you're not in STEM, it feels like there's a lot of, you know, hullabaloo you have to get through just to get the right credits. But yeah, I would say don't get hung up. Definitely don't go back to school unless you feel like you need it or it's a prerequisite for a job. And if it is a prerequisite for a job, find a different job. Don't waste your money on that. So just figure out everything you can working in the current job you have. Kind of tap that for knowledge, figure it all out. And then when you go into your next job, utilize all that knowledge you have. And they're going to be way more impressed by shit you learned on your own demonstrating initiative than they will be by, you know, oh, you have this marketing degree from so-and-so university. Like
he's a marketing
business,
manager.
yeah.
It sounds like he's fairly along the career
Yeah,
path. Like
yeah.
things are going well.
You know what you're doing, bro. Like you probably, if you're already that level, you probably don't need to go back to school.
That was a great answer.
So there you go. Blade, where can everybody find all your streams, all your where you are?
It's all on my YouTube channel.
Okay.
All my social media keeps getting banned. The world hates me. So the only thing you can do is just go to UseMeBlade on. That's it.
When do you stream?
Right.
Is it kind of random or do you have a schedule?
Right now I'm taking a break to get my health in order, but usually I stream around 7:00 my time, which is Pacific time. I usually stream about 6 days a week, take Sundays off.
Okay. Any idea when your next stream will be?
I probably next week, just so I get my blood sugar and my diabetes together before we start drinks again.
Yeah, for sure. All right. Well, I'm sure you're going to get a big influx of PKA people because I got to say, I loved you on the show. We've had a great time having you. It was great to catch up.
Definitely.
You were hilarious. I loved your stories. Thank you very much.
Hell in nostalgia, man. It's crazy because
yeah, for sure. Thank you very much for coming.
I'd been in this thing probably a half dozen times way back in like 2000. Awesome.
You did a good job.
Yeah.
Yeah, you did an amazing job. Great job, man. Thank you for coming.
Thanks, guys.
490.